Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Rose as a War Hero? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Premise. In times of war, no one is innocent, not even the greatest of heroes. Eri Aizawa. For generations, society thrived under the demps of quirks, extraordinary superpowers granted to only 80% of humanity. While many wielded these gifts for good as heroes, others abused them for selfish gain as villains. Conflict was inevitable as the two sides clashed for supremacy, culminating in what was known as the Final War, now belittled as the Great Quirk War. Here, the legendary hero Deku triumphed over the arch-villain Shigaraki Tamura, hoping to bring about everlasting peace. Unfortunately, peace was fragile. While those with quirks basked in their glory, the 20% quirkless lived in their shadow, dismissed as outcasts for their lack of power. Their anger festered for decades until 15 years after the Great Quirk War. This is when their fury erupted, giving rise to the Goddardjagers, a fanatical quirkless movement led by the deranged Dr. Hans Ratman. With the aid of the vengeful Kai Chisaki, Ratman seeks to resist the very nature of quirks and create a new, equal world. To this end, he directs a relentless global hunt as his Goddardjagers abduct countless quirk users worldwide and subject them to unspeakable experiments. The death toll rises every day, with no end in sight. In the advent of renewed war, the world's remaining heroes and militaries unite to form the Protectors, a powerful global defense organization equipped with state-of-the-art technology and valiant, quirked warriors. Among these warriors is Eri Aizawa, a young girl saved by Deku and blessed, or cursed, with the power to reverse any injury. She and her friends join the fight to protect the waning, quirked populace and end the Goddardjagers' cruelty. Sadly, for Eri and the countless aspiring heroes, their mission is daunting. Forget the old notion of good and evil, for war now pushes the purest hearts to savagery. Forget freedom of thought, for any dissent is now silenced with torture and death. Forget finding sanctuary, for the world now drowns in roaring gunfire, screams of agony, and bloodthirsty laughter. There are no clear heroes or villains, only a flawed, scarred, yet hopeful humanity. Inspiration and themes. This shonen series is a Warhammer-inspired, standalone sequel to My Hero Academia but slowly becomes vastly different in tone. The art style takes inspiration from the ultraviolence and deep philosophy of the 90s comic book era. Intense blood and gore is used to uphold high stakes and the rule of cool. Thoughtful dialogue is used to humanize characters and touch on hard topics such as the effects of war, destructive ego, PTSD, and suicide. The series also takes the grimdark atmosphere from Warhammer 40k, a world so dark and disturbing that it's fun to watch unfold. As War Hero progresses, many shonen tropes will be flipped. For example, as a running GG of dark humor, the trope of power move calling is slowly phased out after a series of pro-heroes are captured or killed due to this predictable behavior. In fact, younger heroes do not use power move calling, recognizing its tactical disadvantage. Only older and some returning characters portray the trope with disastrous results until the trope fades entirely near the series' end. In addition, the narrative diverges from other conventional themes like unbreakable friendships, instead portraying alliances with underlying agendas, especially in higher ranks. There are also no tournament arcs, many named characters die, and emphasis shifts to mental and emotional growth over physical prowess. While the original My Hero Academia focused on the idealized hero, War Hero studies the nuances of heroism, particularly the fallibility of heroes and the consequences of denial. The protagonist will see their idols deal with moral dilemmas that drive them into villainous acts. The protagonist will even have moral dilemmas themselves and face the consequences of their actions. Ultimately, they will conclude that no one should call themselves the greatest hero of all time. If a hero does not recognize and rectify their own flaws, they will do more harm than good without even realizing it. In short, a hero must save themselves before saving others. Characters. This is a list of characters that will appear in the stories of War Hero as well as descriptions of the three major factions: the Protectors, Goddardjagers, and the Holy Clone Empire. Note that some character descriptions are incomplete and more characters will be added soon. Protagonist: Eri Aizawa/First Aid. Trope: Main protagonist Season 1-6. Eri, also known as the hero First Aid, was originally a student at UA High School and an intern in Deku's hero agency. She was learning the ways of pro-hero work under Deku, who saved her from the Shai Hasaikai as a child. Optimistic, kind, and brave but slightly naive, she aspired to be a great pro-hero just like her savior. Unfortunately, that all changed when the Goddardjagers attacked. Eri was one of the first heroes to face the Goddardjagers in the terror on Mizudafu, and she was overwhelmed. Through the Goddardjagers' quick strikes and a teardown of the city's defenses prior, she lost so many innocent quirk users to Goddardjager troops, including her best friend Koda. Burdened by survivor's guilt, she joined the Protectors as a combat medic to protect the remaining quirk users, take down the Goddardjagers, and forgive herself. Utilizing her healing quirk and inspiring selflessness, she saved countless lives, earning the respect of thousands and raising up the ranks. However, she also saw many atrocities executed by her fellow heroes, including sacrificing each other to the enemy. She was angered by this and later spoke out about it to the higher-ups before finding herself carrying out said atrocities to save others. This made her doubt the heroes she looked up to and, most importantly, herself. The once hopeful, wide-eyed heroine is now a tough but fair soldier, fighting for a faction she has grown to hate but still bearing a kind soul. Eri is a rather short girl for her age. Her bluish, off-white hair is usually messy and unkempt, parted in the middle of her forehead and nearly reaching down to her shoulders. She has fixed her hair over time, styling it into a samurai bun with side bangs when in battle or in formal meetings. She also has a brown horn poking out from the right side of her forehead. Her other character traits go through the most variation out of all the characters, a testament to her dynamic journey. In her time as an intern, her bright red eyes were initially very wide and innocent-looking. Her costume is based on emergency medics and pays tribute to Shota Aizawa, her father figure, Deku, her mentor, and Koda, her best friend. It was a relatively tight bodysuit, predominantly white with some red and reflective silver decals, equipped with a gray scarf similar to Shota's, a belt, blue medical gloves, gray elbow and knee pads, and red, high-top sneakers with white soles and white laces similar to Deku's and Koda's. She also carried a red medical bag with her symbol on one of its sides, a white cherry blossom containing the medical cross in its center. After the terror of Mizudafu, her eyes gradually sharpened to become more stoic while she adopted a war attire based on ancient Japanese infantry with a sci-fi twist. It is a full white samurai armor with silver accents and a red combat shirt and breathes underneath, both made with modern materials and outfitted with modern equipment. Her white kabuto helmet features a full-face, military gas mask with a hole for her horn and her cherry blossom symbol on the forehead. She carries a backpack with medical supplies as well as a plasma rifle on her back, a plasma knife on her left, and a plasma pistol on her right side to defend herself. Most importantly, her armor and gear is initially pristine and shiny before becoming more tarnished over the course of the war, further emphasized with the increasing amount of red on the uniform and the inclusion of battle scars on her body. After many years of rising the ranks, her eyes are now narrow and piercing with experience and pragmatism. She bears multiple battle scars and develops a hardened, experienced expression as she becomes the Supreme Shogun, the leader of the entire Protectors organization. For this new role, she is granted more grand clothing indicative of a Japanese emperor. Her official kimono is now dominated with a rich red color, broken up with white and silver accents. It features an elegant silver headpiece bearing her cherry blossom symbol, a deep crimson ho robe decorated with off-white outlines and silver floral patterns, and red dress shoes with white soles. The Supreme Shogun symbol, the vigilant shield with Supreme Shogun written in kanji bello, is featured predominantly on the back of the robe, and the front is decorated with various medals she has earned throughout her career. She sometimes holds an ornate shakubaton from the previous Supreme Shogun, light beige in color and engraved with the phrase, "Go Beyond, plus Ultra," in black Japanese kanji. She also wears a rosary around her neck, sheathes her plasma katana and knife on her left side in off-white sheaths in red floral patterns, and keeps a pistol holstered on her right at all times. Her Supreme Shogun combat armor is a more elegant version of her previous combat medic attire. She wears a flowing white kimono that extends to her knees, with red floral patterns on the bottom and smaller ones at the sleeves. Over the kimono, she wears deep crimson samurai armor on her chest, shoulders, arms, waist, and legs. The armor pieces are curved, streamlined, and accented with silver. The back of the armor bears the Supreme Shogun symbol. Her kabuto helmet is more ornate, deep crimson in color and bearing silver accents with a large emblem of her cherry blossom symbol on the forehead, a gold-tinted visor with augmented vision, and a rounded metal respirator. She also wears her gray scarf now worn and frayed, white combat breathes, a gold utility belt, and deep crimson armored boots accented with silver. She keeps her rosary around her neck for good luck and her plasma katana, knife, rifle, and pistol on her belt for weapons. Her quirk, Rewind, gives her the ability to revert any object into its previous physical state with a single touch. She usually uses it to revert injuries of all kinds and severity, but she later uses it to reload weapons with no ammo needed, reconstitute bombs that were already detonated, rebuild ruined buildings, and even heal herself after her awakening during the terror on Mizudafu. Unfortunately, the use of this quirk is limited as indicated by the horn on her head and the amount of pain it causes. Her horn shrinks as the quirk is used and grows as she rests. In addition, the longer she reverts an object, the more effort she needs to exert and the more sharp, searing pain she inflicts on herself, as if her own essence is being torn away with each use. As such, she has taught herself practical medical aid to limit her quirk use as well as martial arts and gun handling to defend herself. She also cannot reverse mental trauma or death as she would later find out. Protectors. Trope, League of Heroes, Season 3-6. In the wake of the terror on Mizudafu, where the city was devastated by the Goddardjagers, the heroes of the world vowed to protect the quirked from exploitation. As such, the World Hero Association, with aid from governments around the world, formed the Protectors, a conglomerate of the greatest hero teams, defense corps, and local militias, armed with the latest in military technology and led by the #1 hero himself, Deku. With heroism gleaming in their souls and weapons at the ready, the Protectors rallied under the familiar, proud battle cry, "Go Beyond, plus Ultra." Unfortunately, as the Goddardjagers grew in power, the Protectors' mission became corrupted. Overwhelmed by the demands of war, the Protectors began to push beyond the boundaries of their ideals, developing increasingly deadlier weapons and committing various war crimes in their relentless pursuit of victory. They prioritized their resources on those who can fund their war effort, leaving the less fortunate and quirkless to fend for themselves. And most of all, they enforced a nationwide lockdown with an iron fist, severing Japan from the rest of the world while casting a watchful, oppressive gaze over their own citizens. What began as a noble call to heroism warped into a chilling mantra for ruthless escalation, transforming the Protectors from virtuous defenders into a violent regime. For a time, the Protectors were national idols, glorified for their heroism and righteous pursuit of justice. Now, through the cruel reality of war, they have fallen greatly from grace, feared for their extreme measures of violence and vigilance in the name of security. No one can escape their watchful eyes and brutal enforcement, not even the ones they swore to protect. As a global peacekeeping force, the Protectors is a massive organization encompassing a rich diversity of backgrounds from all 7 continents, including the Americas, Europe, Africa, and Asia. This is best represented by their symbol, the Vigilant Shield, a knight's shield with an open eye at the center, whose colors and additional details reflect the national flags. War Hero focuses on the pioneering Protectors of Japan, whose Vigilant Shield reflects their national flag, a white shield with a red eye radiating red stripes, symbolizing the red sun. This faction is influenced by imperial and feudal Japan, blending elements of sci-fi and superhero tropes, all under a theme of corruption. In their early days, the Protectors embodied heroic ideals and utopian sci-fi. Their architecture combined traditional Japanese temple designs with futuristic components, constructed from modern materials and illuminated by fluorescent lights. Their vehicles embodied an idealized peacekeeping, consisting of flying drones inspired by dragonflies and birds, pristine jeeps, plasma tanks, and transforming mecha. The soldiers and heroes are clad in samurai-inspired armor, equipped with the best of plasma weaponry and surveillance tech. All of this is adorned with vibrant colors and appealing Japanese kanji. However, as time progressed, the protectors shifted towards a more cold, utilitarian design. Their buildings are now stark and imposing, characterized by bare concrete, cold lighting, and deep shadows. Their technology adopts sharp angles and mechanical detail, bearing a more severe look. Commanders and specialists, once vibrant heroes, now wear practical uniforms with modern armor and sci-fi weaponry. Most importantly, their colors peel and fade into monochromatic shades of gray aside from the muted attire of the highest of ranks, reflecting a more morally ambiguous personality. Slivers of its bright optimism are present, but they are overshadowed by the demands of war. Protector leaders and elites. Shogunate. Trope. Generals Season 3-6. The shogunate were once the top pro-heroes of Japan, or what's left of them now reinstated as the high commanders and representatives of the protectors of Japan. Their members consist of the following: Izuku Midoriya Deku, Achiko Uraraka Uravity, Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida Ingenium, Kyoka Jiro Headphone Jack, Mei Hatsum Baby Builder, Momo Yaoyorozu Creati, Mina Ashido Pinky, Ijiro Kirishima Red Riot, and Tsu Azui Froppy. All are very powerful due to their quirks and tactical prowess, all led by Deku, the strongest of them all. Many have good hearts and have a strong friendship, as all of them have been great friends since their days in UA's Class 1A. However, some hearts hide massive egos that are now exacerbated throughout the course of the war. While each member is unique in terms of personality and appearance, they are all identified as whole through their shogun status. With exception to the Supreme Shogun, this is indicated by the shogun name embroidered under the symbol of the division they lead. Each has distinct attire on the battlefield. However, during official meetings and public hearings, they wear official kimonos that are a blend of traditional Japanese kimonos and modern politician suits. For the male's official kimono, the base design consists of a white dress shirt with a tie under a slightly open kimono top with triangular suit-like collars, an outer haori jacket with their division's symbol on the back, fitted trousers with folded pleats mimicking hakama breathes, a buckled belt with kaku obi patterns, white dress socks, and dress shoes. The female's is similar but replaces the haori jacket with a long, flowing kimono gown with pockets and an ornate obi belt at the waist. Each member has personalized their kimonos with added accessories and embroidery to reflect their personality. They also carry a personalized, ceremonial katana in sheaths to symbolize their high position. The only exception is the Supreme Shogun himself, who wears a completely unique official kimono and holds an ornate shaka baton instead of a katana. The baton is light beige in color and engraved with the phrase, "Go Beyond, plus Ultra," in black Japanese kanji. Izuku Midoriya/Deku. Deku is the former mentor to Eri Aizawa and now the Supreme Shogun, leader of the shogunate and the entire protector organization. Before the war, he was the most celebrated hero in all of the world for taking down the strongest villains, saving countless lives, and wielding the strongest quirk in history, One for All. He also carried a genuinely kind soul and an unwavering determination to preserve world peace. To many and himself, he was the symbol of peace and the greatest hero of all time. Unfortunately, this praise contributed to a subconscious ego, one that desires to uphold his two titles and preserve the peace he fought for no matter what. The danger of this ego started off with saving those he thought were in danger before slowly increasing in intensity during the war. His admired determination to take down the elusive Jaegers turned into a violent obsession. He later developed strict stubbornness, forcing his hero ideals on others with harsh language and, later, with blood. It got so bad that he became known to beat up his associates. Because of this, many have come to question his capability as leader and hero, especially the other shoguns who were his friends since their UA high school days. And yet they stay silent because they fear the destructive power of the now self-proclaimed symbol of peace. Deku is a big man with equally big muscles and well-defined physique reminiscent of the typical Western superhero. He has a short mop of dark green hair, casting dark shadows on itself. His eyes are squared with dark green irises and narrowed eyebrows, giving him a determined, heroic look. He also has freckles on his cheeks. He is almost always wearing his official kimono, which is a combination of his original hero costume, samurai armor, and the Japanese emperor's sokutai. He wears a dark teal ho robe with black outlines and outfitted with light beige samurai armor plates on his shoulders, chest, back, hips, and crotch area. He also has black bakama breathes as well as light beige armored gloves and boots. His symbol is displayed predominantly on the back, which is the vigilant shield with Supreme Shogun written in kanji below it. His quirk, One for All, is a combination of 6 powerful quirks, each contributed by its previous users. The first is Float, which grants the power of levitation and flight at breakneck speeds. The second is Danger Sense, an additional 6th sense that detects incoming hazards from hundreds of feet away. The third is Smokescreen, which generates thick clouds of purple smoke used to obscure the opponent's vision. The fourth is Black Whip, tendrils of dark energy that extend from any part of the body to grab objects from long distances or quickly pull the user away from danger. The fifth is Gear Shift, which, with a single touch, manipulates the speed of any object beyond the laws of physics, including the user themselves. The sixth and final is FA Gene, which converts repetitive movement into glowing red, kinetic energy that can be used to increase the power of the user's physical abilities as well as that of all the previously mentioned quirks. Together, they make Deku a formidable opponent, capable of evading attacks and delivering devastating blows. Achiko Uraraka/Uravity. Achiko, also known as Uravity, is the aerial commander of the Tengu. Known for her optimistic and cuddly personality, her colleagues often nickname her as the big sister of the shogunate. She is known to be very observant, able to pick out people's flaws and virtues that they wouldn't see in themselves. Don't let her kindness fool you, though. She is very adept at hand-to-hand martial arts and has a strong determination whenever in times of rescue. Many owe their lives to her after she saved them from deadly battles even at the risk of her own life. However, she has a tendency to overreact and be too trusting of her allies. This is most prominent when working with her husband, Deku. Ever since they met as students in UA High School, they have been inseparable, having each other's backs at their lowest points. However, she has come to trust Deku too much even as he fell from grace over the course of the war. Achiko is a short woman with a slender yet curvy figure, fair white skin, and short auburn hair in a bobbed haircut with bangs. Her cheeks show a never-ending pink blush and her auburn eyes are large and round with pronounced upper eyelashes. Before the war, her hero outfit is identical to that of the original series. A black full-body suit with a pale pink stripe down the middle and fitted with rounded metal boots, belt, gauntlets, and visor. However, as the conflict escalated, encounters with fast-moving enemies necessitated a redesign inspired by fighter jets. Her new suit boasts an airtight, aerodynamic construction, outfitted with jet engines for propulsion, wings for quick maneuvers, a more advanced visor with an AI assistant, and an armament of weapons for aerial combat including anti-missile defenses, forearm-mounted machine guns, and guided missiles. Her belt carries rounded bombs that, with her quirk, she uses to form aerial minefields or RBB ball that she uses as projectiles and spread the effects of her quirk. Achiko's official kimono is often described as light and airy. It features a bright white base with pink accents resembling swirling clouds. The sleeves are wide and flowing as if she's flying. The Tengu symbol, a red Tengu mast with a pair of white wings, is predominantly featured on the back. Her ceremonial katana is adorned with white motifs of birds and feathers on the pink scabbard. She can also be seen wearing her wedding and proposal rings on her right ring finger. Her quirk, Zero Gravity, grants her the power to negate the effects of gravity on solid objects, making them weightless and float with a touch of her fingertips. These objects can then pass the effect on different targets by colliding with them. She can then cancel the effect by touching her fingers again. She often uses it to fly, carry objects that would otherwise be too heavy, immobilize enemies incapable of flight, and facilitate rescues. Unfortunately, prolonged use induces severe nausea which occurs sooner when Achiko is in the air. Training has reduced the resultant nausea, but it can still make her unfit for combat if she is not careful. Shoto Todoroki/Todoroki. Shoto, also known as General Todoroki, is the stoic general of the Yumiya army. He is focused as a hawk, unfazed by the chaotic and loud gunfire of the battlefield, making him a brilliant strategist on the field. To some, he appears distant and aloof as he often keeps to himself in his downtime. However, his serious demeanor lightens up to his more close senior officers and his fellow shogunates, of whom he has known since his UA high school days, although he is a bit awkward when understanding certain phrases and slang. Shoto is a moderately tall, well-built, and muscular young man. He has short hair that is evenly split white on the left and crimson red on the right, with bangs parted twice to give him full vision. His eyes are thin with a reserved expression. His left eye is turquoise while his right eye is a brownish dark gray. His most prominent feature is a burn scar on the left side of his face that stretches from his hairline to halfway down his cheek. In the battlefield, he wears full samurai armor with a dark blue kimono and breathes, as well as silver-white armor plates. He sometimes wears a silver-white helmet that bears an evenly split crest on the forehead. The left half is light blue and jagged like an icicle, while the right half is light orange and flowing like a flame. He also wears red-tinted goggles and a silver-white respirator. Shoto's official kimono is very similar to his war attire. The base is dark blue with fiery red patterns swirling around the left sleeve and jagged icy patterns around his right sleeve, symbolizing his control over fire and ice, but is otherwise rather typical. The Yumiya symbol about firing an arrow on fire is featured on the back. His ceremonial katana is split into two colors, blue and red, and decorated with the faces of his family. Shoto's quirk is half cold, half hot, which allows him to expel ice beams from his left hand and fire from his right. These two abilities allow him to create defensive structures made of ice and rings of fire, as well as eliminate targets by freezing or burning them to death. Unfortunately, the overuse of one or the other will negatively affect his body temperature. Too much ice will cause frostbite, too much fire will cause a heat slide. Tenya Ida/Ingenium. Tenya, also known as Ingenium, is one of the two commissioner generals of the Jimoto Patrol. He may look intense, unfriendly, and even intimidating at first glance. In reality, he is straightforward, earnest, intelligent, sophisticated, disciplined, and noble due to his elite upbringing and long family legacy of heroism. He is the most serious leader out of all the shogun, commanding his troops with a booming voice and strong determination. His behavior is generally hyperactive and intense, best shown with his tics such as flailing his arms and body twitches, and he is infamous for taking even minor events too seriously. Yet he never lost his strict expression and professionalism, earning the respect of everyone within the protectors. Unfortunately, time in the war has exposed him to numerous events of insubordination, becoming more like the strict, intense man he appears to be and losing the respect of his troops in the process. Tenya is a relatively tall and muscular man with a broad frame and a strong jawline. His hair is short and dark blue, flattened neatly down and parted to the right side of his head. He has square eyes matching the pointed shape of his jaw. He usually bears a serious depression with his thin and long eyebrows permanently pointed inwards. He also wears rectangular glasses. His work outfit is reminiscent of his original hero suit and Japanese police cars. It consists of a black bodysuit with a high collar and various pieces of sleek white armor with silver accents, including a chest plate with headlights, backplate, gauntlets with vents, as well as pepper spray and tasers, vambraces that extend past his elbows, knee-high boots with holes for engine exhausts, and a helmet. The helmet covers his entire face and is equipped with toggleable red police siren lights, a radio, and a high-tech visor. He also wears a utility belt to carry typical police officer gear, including a plasma pistol and HND CFFS. Tenya's official kimono is inspired by the attire of police chiefs. It is dark blue with silver accents, reflecting his strict and disciplined leadership, with a high collar. It is decorated with a police badge on the chest and the Jimoto patrol symbol, the head of a Shirshire lion dog, on the back. It is also open in the middle, revealing a white polo shirt with a black tie, and features a police cap. His ceremonial katana is silver with his family emblem of an engine on the scabbard. Tenya's quirk is engine, which gives him super speed and extremely strong kicks. Car-like engines are in each of his calves, exhaust pipes and all, which are fueled by orange juice. With a seemingly infinite range of gears, he can catch up with the fastest sports cars and stop them in their tracks. This is useful in speedy patrols through crowded cities and chasing down enemies at high speeds. However, like a typical car engine, his engines can temporarily break down when overheated. Kyoka Jiro/Headphone Jack. Kyoka, also known as Headphone Jack, is the pragmatic director of Ninfukuro. Once celebrated for her vibrant spirit and empathy, she is now a cynical and emotionally guarded woman. Though she retains her empathy with her fellow shoguns, the war has forced her to adopt a cold, detached demeanor towards her subordinates, characterized by her practical, no-nonsense approach and unforgiving physical punishment when necessary. The only thing keeping her sane is her love for rock music and has picked up an amazing musical talent from her family. However, even that is slipping as wartime has left little time for her hobbies and time with family. On the surface, she is a serious, emotionless director. Deep down, she clings to a fragile hope for peace, yearning for the return of friendships and the chance to reconnect with the parts of herself that the war has overshadowed. Kyoka is a petite, fair-skinned woman with a slender body build. Her once bright eyes have grown weary, their triangular shape now accentuated by long lower eyelashes, noticeable eye bags, and small, tired eyebrows. Her dark purple hair is chin-length with an asymmetrical fringe that she struggles to maintain. Her most prominent feature are her flexible, plug-like earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes, which were regrown thanks to Aries' quirk. On duty, Kyoka wears a spy suit with aspects of ninja clothing. It consists of a white dress shirt, a dark purple tie, a black haori jacket, a black belt with a silver buckle, black trousers, and black ninja boots with speakers built into the S. She also wears wrist-worn speakers under her sleeves, knives in her boots, and a plasma pistol in her jacket as hidden self-defense weapons. Kyoka's official kimono takes after ninjas of popular media. It is sleek and modern cut with a black base color and silver accents resembling sound waves, reflecting her role in covert operations and her love for music. The symbol of Ninfukuro, a black and white scops owl, is featured on the back. Her ceremonial katana is black and silver with a scabbard inscribed with her parents' wishes for her luck, standing as a reminder of her roots. Kyoka's quirk is earphone jack, which involves her earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes. These jacks act like extra limbs and are able to be stretched for several meters. When plugged into her speakers or other devices, she can convert her heartbeats into violent sound waves or vibrations. When plugged into solid surfaces, she can hear sounds as minuscule as a mouse's footsteps. However, loud sounds can deafen her temporarily, especially when her jacks are plugged in. Mei Hatsum/Baby Builder. Mei, also known as Baby Builder, is the eccentric director of Mekaza's Rads. She is a passionate, opportunistic inventor, making and equipping herself with all manner of gadgets that she calls her babies, no matter the task. She is a decorated engineer and is unfazed by failure, as many of her babies brought victory to the protectors just as much as they failed explosively. She is also very business savvy, as she runs her division like a corporation. Her over-the-top energy, lack of shame, and borderline manipulations alienate some, but no one can deny her intense passion for inventing and aiding heroes through her devices. In fact, her colleagues at RAD are inspired by her enthusiasm, leading to exciting days with explosions galore and radical gadgets everywhere. Mei is a reasonably short woman with a mature build. Her hair is salmon pink and styled into shoulder-length, side-swept dreadlocks. Her eyes are wide and sloped upwards with notably long eyelashes and green-yellow irises with central crosshairs. Mei's work uniform consists of large high-tech goggles, a tank top, workshop gloves, workshop overalls tied casually to her waist with a utility belt, and engineer boots. She carries a myriad of gadgets, including a jetpack, a toolbox backpack with multiple detachable arms, and wrist-mounted straps with fold-out panels and other various tools. She is often seen covered in grease and dirt from her work. Mei's official kimono is eccentric and mechanically obsessed as her. It features a base of neon green with scattered salmon pink patterns resembling circuit boards, gears, and other mechanical parts, reflecting her eccentric and innovative nature. On the back, the symbol of mechas, a silver chikara kanji, encased in a gear, is predominantly shown. Unlike the others, her ceremonial katana is of her own design, featuring a salmon pink scabbard with a gear hilt and has various hidden tools in the handle, similar to a Swiss Army knife. Mei's quirk is zoom, which allows her vision to zoom in like binoculars. She can see as far as 5 kilometers and magnify objects up to 10x, but this can be enhanced even more with her goggles. She often uses this quirk to work on her machines, do close inspections, and spy on her fellow shoguns for gossip. Momo Yaoyorozu/Kriati. Momo, also known as Kriati, is the mature commander of Mechas' Mika force. She is a natural leader, able to stay level-headed in the heat of battle. She is very kind, polite, and relatively reserved, but isn't above bluntly pointing out mistakes and miscalculations for his teammates to improve upon. However, she is sensitive to vulgarity and rudeness, to which she will be flustered at the thought of it. She is also extremely rich and has a tendency to show off her wealth accidentally when hanging out with friends. Thankfully, most understand that it's not done out of ego and appreciate her enthusiasm. Momo is a tall, mature woman with fair skin. Her black hair is long, usually tied into a spiky ponytail with a large strand hanging from the right side of her face. Her dark eyes are big yet sharp and paired with short eyebrows bearing a determined expression. Momo's war attire consists of a crimson-red flight suit with silver trims, a gold utility belt around her waist, red boots with heels, red gloves, a golden utility belt around her waist, and tech glasses with a silver frame and golden lenses. Her flight suit has several silver zippers, one down the middle of her torso, 2 at her thighs, 2 at her biceps, and 2 at the underside of her elbows. When she is not piloting her mecha, she puts on a white and silver high-collared cape held together by a gold chain. She also carries a metal staff that has multiple sections that can be screwed off to reveal a myriad of tools for combat, survival, and repairs. Momo's official kimono is disciplined yet the most elegant of them all, evocative of her professionalism and wealth. It has a base of crimson red with solid line accents made of real gold and the symbol of mechas, a silver chikara kanji, encased in a gear on the back made of real silver. It also has reinforced sections on the arms, and she retains her cape and silver tech glasses, making her resemble a futuristic knight and hinting at her mecha pilot role. Her ceremonial katana has a crimson scabbard with gold accents, made of the finest metals and decorated with round red jewels similar to her mech. Momo's quirk is creation, which she uses to convert her body's lipids into any non-living object she desires: machine parts, weapons, food rations, etc. These objects are then expelled via her skin, hence why her flight suit has multiple zippers in multiple parts of her body for her to open. She can also make power armor for herself on the fly. However, these conversions necessitate the consumption of a lot of food high in fat. If she produces too much without replenishing her calories, she will become weak and anemic. Mina Ishido/Pinky. Mina, also known as Glam General Pinky, is the easygoing general of the Yumiya army. Highly social and excitable, she treats her subordinates like friends and family rather than soldiers. She also has great athleticism and energy, making her an efficient fighter and breakdancer. Her friendly personality is considered the ideal for a hero, making her one of the more popular shogunate in the organization. However, she does have a strict and perfectionist side, made even more prominent as the war went on. Mina is an athletic woman of medium height with broader shoulders than her female compatriots. Due to her quirk, her skin is a light shade of pink and her eyes are square-shaped with black sclera, yellow irises, and long bottom eyelashes. Her slightly darker pink hair is short, fluffy, and unruly with 2 thin pale yellow horns poking out of her head. Her military outfit takes inspiration from the Ana Bugeisha, though it is often described as impractically loud. She wears light, acid-proof samurai armor with a purple camouflage kimono and breathes as well as tan armor plates and a white fur collar. She also wears a white domino mask and lightweight plum violet boots. Mina's official kimono is also quite flamboyant. It has a base of purple camouflage with bright green accents at the sleeves evocative of her acid. She also keeps her white domino mask and tan jacket with white fur lining the collar and cuffs as well as numerous patches shown of the places she's been to around the world. The jacket has the symbol of the Yumiya army, a bow firing an arrow on fire on the back. Her ceremonial katana is also purple with splashes of green. Mina's quirk is acid, an ability to secrete acids of various properties from her body. These acids include slick acid for skating on flat surfaces, sticky acid for climbing, and corrosive acids able to dissolve any solid matter. Unfortunately, overusing this quirk can dehydrate her to severe levels. Eijiro Kirishima/Red Riot. Eijiro, also known as Red Riot, is one of the 2 Commissioner Generals of the Jimoto Patrol. He is boisterous and outgoing with a love for manliness. He believes that true men must be 3 things: noble, brave, and strong-willed. As such, he honors those who portray such qualities with the brother title with a laugh in his throat and tears in his eyes. He stands to defend the weak and lift the strong with sheer strength and toughness. All of this makes him a really popular shogun, with many nicknaming him the manliest man alive. However, he takes this title to heart a little too much. He often insists on standing in the way of danger at the expense of his lower-ranked comrades. In his downtime, he has a habit of training extensively in fear of not being strong enough. This has made him subconsciously underestimate the brave qualities of others. He has also grown to question his own manliness as he was forced to attack rioting civilians later in the war. Eijiro is a man of average height. His physique is impressively muscular, akin to the action heroes of the 90s. His hair is long, spiky, and dyed a shade of bright red. It has 2 tufts that jut out like 2 horns from his forehead. His eyes are also red with small eyebrows and a small scar just above his right eye. His war outfit is a combination of samurai and riot police gear. He leaves his upper body exposed, wearing only a black chest holster for his plasma pistol. The belts for the holster bear a red R symbol on the back for Red Riot. He also wears red pauldrons. The left bears the Vigilant Shield, the right bears Jimoto's Shershur Dog head, black riot gloves, black combat breathes, a black belt with a Shershur Dog buckle, red armor tassets, red knee pads, and black combat boots. He also carries a red Tetsubo equipped with a taser, HNDCFFS, and sometimes a heavy riot grenade launcher that fires RBB grenades. Eijiro's official kimono is quite rugged and bold as him. Its base is red with jagged accents of black and silver, resembling rock formations. It is also open at the chest, exposing his pecs and abs, has a police badge on the front, and shows the Jimoto Patrol symbol, the head of a Shershur lion dog, on the back. His ceremonial katana is also red with black and silver jagged lines on the scabbard. Eijiro's quirk is hardening, which allows him to harden his body to block physical attacks. With this, he can withstand gunfire, falling debris, explosions, acid, fire, and more. This hardening also increases his strength and makes his skin sharp and rock-like. This gives him enhanced melee attacks, as he can knock down heavy opponents and solid obstacles, as well as cut enemies by simply grazing them. However, it also limits his movement and slowly drains his stamina. It is also useless in long-ranged combat. 2. Azui/Froppy. Tsu is the naval commander of the same senshi. Though blunt and aloof with her thoughts, especially to those she mistrusts, she is straightforward and level-headed on the battlefield, which makes her a great leader. She is also known to be a strong emotional support, honoring her allies with the Chan title and providing excellent judgment. Her vacant face makes her seem distant, but she is the best friend you could ever have. Tsu is a short and slender woman with abnormally large hands. Her face is frog-like. She has a wide mouth that dips down in the middle and large oval-shaped eyes with large, black irises and pronounced lower eyelashes. Her dark green hair extends to her shoulders with the ends tied together in a large bow. Tsu has 2 uniforms in combat, a Japanese naval commander uniform with goggles that she uses like binoculars, and a military diver's suit with frog-like night vision goggles, enlarged gloves, and wide-toed boots. Both have a black, green, and tan color palette. She also carries a plasma katana and pistol for combat. Tsu's official kimono is simple but functional. It has a base of sea green with a frog skin-like texture and accents of blue and silver resembling ocean waves throughout the uniform. The symbol of the same senshi, the great white shark, is featured predominantly on the back. She also wears her Japan naval commander's cap in this uniform. Her ceremonial katana is dark green with a frog emblem near the top. Her quirk, frog, grants her the physique and abilities of a frog. She has enhanced swimming abilities, camouflage skin, and an extendable 20 meters 63 feet long tongue strong enough to lift an entire person's body weight. She can also stick to walls, hop long distances, eject/wash her stomach, and secret mucus with different, controlled effects, itch-inducing, scent masking, and paralysis to name a few. Sadly, she is also vulnerable to cold temperatures in which she becomes extremely lethargic. Samurai Trope, Reluctant Warriors Season 3 to 6, Spin-offs. The samurai are the specialized super soldiers of the Protectors. These young, brave soldiers move constantly between divisions to give expert aid where they can. All members have a quirk which determines their function within the Protectors, the most common being first responder Marines with emitter quirks. They are also armed with the latest in fighting tech that complements their quirks. Eri and many of her friends are part of this group, as well as lesser-known pro-heroes like Denki Kaminari Chargebolt. Their symbol is the kabuto, a samurai's helmet. Koda Izumi/water hose. Koda was initially reserved, cold, and a distant orphaned young boy who misunderstood heroes, choosing work over their own family after losing his parents to a villain attack. This hatred for heroes became worse when Shino Sosaki, his aunt and member of the Wild Pussycats pro-hero team, took him in shortly after his parents' deaths. Thankfully, after witnessing Deku defending him with his life, he understood the importance of a hero sacrifice as he protected a young frantic Eri during the final war, creating a strong friendship between the two. Many years later, he applied at the UA High School, aspiring to become a hero like Deku and his late family. In fact, he took his parents' hero moniker, Water Hose, and focused his efforts in fire rescues. As an intern and best friend to Eri, his new determined outlook comforted his comrades during the terror on Mizudafu. Unfortunately, his heroic career will be cut short. Koda is a short young man, having the same height as Eri Aizawa. He has short, spiky black hair and big oval eyes with small pupils. His eyes are point down, giving him a determined, borderline angry expression. His hero costume is inspired by that of his parents. A black fire-resistant suit with a padded, sleeveless jacket, silver gauntlets, multiple silver armor pieces, and a silver helmet with a blue visor covering the top half of his face and a headlight. In addition, he usually wears his iconic red hat with golden spiked horns on the front and other pieces of clothing commemorating his other idols. Red shoes inspired by Deku's old high school shoes, and a wild pussycat badge for his pro-hero aunt Shino Sosaki. His gear includes a silver respirator connected to an oxygen tank on his back, climbing gear such as grappling guns and ropes, and a fire axe. Koda quirk is Water Gun, the same quirk as his parents. This ability allows him to shoot water from his hands, allowing him to push away heavy objects and enemies as well as put out fires. Amai Yum/Dreamy. Amai, also known as Dreamy, is the serene martial fighter of the samurai. A woman of low energy, she looks and acts as if she is always sleepy with a tendency to daydream and doze off. As such, she is often mistaken to be lazy and apathetic. However, she is calm and collected, offering wisdom and kindness whenever she is awake. Those who work close with her praise her godly tranquility in even the most stressful battles and ask her for advice on coping. Additionally, the martial arts skills she acquired during the war are paramount, taking inspiration from Tai Chi and belly dancing. Her reaction time is surprisingly fast, allowing her to move like a blur and end fights in record time. These skills made her the perfect candidate for the Jimoto Patrol, where she acts as an emergency respondent. Overall, Dreamy is an icon of peace and repose in a world ravaged by war. Amai is a young, fair-skinned woman of average height. Her hair is a cool blonde, long and flowing yet unkempt. Her dark blue eyes are perpetually closed halfway and her thin eyebrows lowered, giving her a drowsy look. Her hero costume is that of a belly dancer with silver armor and blue cloth with silver accents. It consists of a silver chest piece, pauldrons, hip armor, silver jewelry such as dream catcher earrings, sheer HRM sleeves and breathes, and blue Tai Chi shoes. She also wears a belt with gas canisters. Amai's quirk is Dream Cloud, an ability to produce sleep-inducing gas from her skin. It is used to incapacitate enemies by filling the area with the gas. This gas can also be stored in gas canisters to be used later. Unfortunately, the production of this gas requires large amounts of energy, hence Amai's defining drowsiness. As a gas-emitting power, it is ineffective in wide open spaces or at long distances. Digita Samato/Tech Witch. Digita, also known as the Tech Witch, is the introverted tech savant of the samurai. She is often very shy with a quiet voice and can be very awkward in conversations. However, she is also adept at coding and computer engineering after a lifetime of self-training behind a computer and her quirk. This makes her perfect for tech-based tasks in and out of the battle, an essential characteristic for mechas, in which she is often stationed. She is also quite the cute nerd to those who open her up, including Eri, whom she met during the robot attacks. She can be too excited to share her hobbies and interests, including which anime and video games, a very embarrassing but endearing habit. Digita is a rather young, fair-skinned girl. Her teal hair is short with a bang covering her left eye. Her eyes are also teal with irises shaped like loading icons. She has a shy expression with a small mouth and thin eyebrows slanted upwards. Her outfit is a white witch costume with greenish-blue microchip decals. It consists of a witch hat with a large brim, a witch dress with a high collar and long sleeves as well as silver buttons, long socks, and witch shoes with silver buckles. She also wears teal belts with silver buckles on her hat and waist as well as augmented reality glasses with a white frame and large, greenish-blue oval lenses. Digita's quirk is Techcraft, an ability to transform any piece of technology or scrap metal with a single touch. When activated, her eyes will glow a bright white and whatever she touches will change into whatever gadget she desires. Her influence can be affected by multiple machines as long as they are touching or plugged into each other. She uses this ability to repair broken machinery, reprogram computers, hack into impenetrable mainframes, and craft advanced weaponry. She can even transform her own outfit as it is made of metals and wires. Unfortunately, her range is limited by her touch, which is why she carries various extendable metal tendrils under her sleeves. What she can make is limited by the existing materials of the original machine, and she herself can be overstressed when transforming machines of massive size, intense complexity, or in mass numbers. Tomaso, Trend/Loco. Tomas, also known as Loco, is the energetic Mexican speedster, the self-proclaimed human train. Born in El Sodar, Mexico, as the son of a train conductor, he was always fascinated by the steam trains chugging by as a kid. He would often build his own toy railway, watch famous train kids show choo-choo y amigos, and often play as a train operator, hoping that someday he would be in the mighty engine of the trains. He soon got that wish when his quirk manifested, working like the engine itself by pulling local passenger cars around his hometown. This is also where he got his first taste of heroism, as he once fought off a group of thieves on his rail line in the middle of nowhere and rushed the injured passengers to the hospital many miles away. This act inspired him to study abroad at UA High School, where he proved his worth as a fun-loving and competent superhero and became friends with fellow classmate Eri. However, he always made sure to come back to El Sodar for his family. Unfortunately, the terror of Muzustafu and the subsequent lockdown of Japan soon happened during his internship, leaving him trapped in the country for quite some time. Now, he works as a rescue operative for the protectors to aid in ending the war and maybe see his family again. Tomas is an athletic man of average height for a Hispanic and runner's physique. His black hair is short and roughed and his skin is a brown sugar tone. His brown eyes are horizontally oval-shaped like train bumpers and his eyebrows are thick and narrowed, giving him a cocky, daredevil expression. His hero costume is inspired by steam trains with a black, gold, and copper color palette. He wears a black one-piece suit with copper-colored armor and gold highlights, as well as gold steam-powered mechanisms. His black helmet covers his entire head, its beaver sharpened and full of vertical slits like a train's cowcatcher. It also has a large round headlamp and a short smokestack on top. He also wears the national flag of Mexico around his neck like a short poncho. Tomas' quirk is steam power, an ability to heat his body's water for multiple uses. When kept internal, the steam soothes his muscles, allowing him to run as fast as a mallard locomotive and throw a barrage of punches quickly. He can also expel the steam from holes in his arms to blind enemies or shoot hot water from the same holes to scald targets. These attacks are why he has metal piping in his suit as a way to direct them. Unfortunately, the use of this steam requires him to drink a lot of water, more than the average person. Otherwise, he can become dangerously dehydrated. Akane Wakahono / Aurelia Tempris. Akane, known by her hero name Aurelia Tempris, was a young girl with a deep passion for Rogue Hammer war heroes in universe equivalent to Warhammer 40k, whose grimdark yet heroic fictional universe inspired her to become a hero herself. In fact, her hero name is taken from a great hero with the Rogue Hammer roster, which includes a certain blonde father of angels that she loves like a husband. Unfortunately, her dreams were initially broken by the manifestation of her Bloodburn quirk and its destructive counterpart Blue Blight, leading to the destruction of her home and the death of her family. This tragedy deeply traumatized her and subsequently led to her imprisonment in Tartarus. Thankfully, during a visit with his imprisoned brother, the pro-hero Todoroki finds her cell and takes pity on her plight. Seeing her potential and driven by compassion, Todoroki arranges her release and takes her under his wing as his protege in the Yumiya army. Under Todoroki's mentorship in mentality and combat, Aurelia began to mstr her powerful quirk. Despite the inner turmoil caused by Blue Blight, she expresses kindness, bravery, and nerdy passion for Rogue Hammer among her peers and senpais. Her love for Rogue Hammer extends beyond mere admiration, often manifesting in her unique approach to combat and training. During sparring sessions and battles, Aurelia would immerse herself in LARPing, embodying her heroic idols from Rogue Hammer's universe. This theatrically enhanced her prowess, intimidating foes and inspiring allies with her passionate dedication to her ideals. While Aurelia maintained a cautious distance from others due to her quirk's unpredictability, she never abandoned her childhood aspirations of heroism. Her journey to control the savage nature of Blue Blight continued as she navigated the complexities of her dual identity as both a warrior and a fan of Rogue Hammer. Aurelia is a fair-skinned woman with a deceptively dainty body. Her orange-red hair is long and wavy like flames set alight. Her bright orange eyes are wide with thick eyelashes and high eyebrows, giving her an innocent expression. Her ears are pointed akin to elves and her face bears golden markings on her cheeks. Her initial hero attire and gear was the standardized white samurai armor with a katana and pistol. As she becomes more confident with herself, she requested a more personalized wardrobe and armaments heavily inspired by the grimdark fantasy setting of Rogue Hammer. She wears gothic armor clad in brilliant gold with a white battle skirt with golden accents outside and a solid purple inside. Her gear includes a golden-winged helmet equipped with tech visor that highlights the target's circulatory system, a large SMG that fires explosive kinetic rounds called bolts, and a sword with a chainsaw chain embedded in its blade. She also carries various vials on her waist to extract blood in battle. Aurelia's quirk is Bloodburn, an ability to emit orange and yellow flames all over her body. Fueled by raw blood, she can release these flames to blind and burn her enemies while feasting on the blood of their corpses, which allows her to continue fighting without the need to rest. However, this quirk also has a dark side known as Blue Blight, triggered by uncontrollable rage. When activated, her eyes glow a burning blue and her body becomes engulfed in extremely hot blue fire, causing her hair, face markings, and armor to turn black. In addition, she behaves like a savage beast that destroys anything and anyone on sight. This state makes her extremely powerful but also hard to control as it quickly drains her blood supply and she cannot distinguish between friend or foe in this state. As such, she only uses it as a last resort. She also can sprout angel wings to fly, which can also be covered in flames. Ryuko, Tommy, Satu/Mega Mecha Ranger. Ryuko Satu, also known by his English name, Tommy, and as the young hero Mega Mecha Ranger, is the once optimistic, now hardened lieutenant of Mika Force. He began his hero's journey at UA High School, where he trained alongside heroes in training like his friend Eri Aizawa, under the guidance of legends such as Deku. Inspired by the ideals of heroism from Sentai shows and the legacy of their characters, he aspired to embody courage and justice in a world plagued by conflict. Unfortunately, during deployment, Tommy faced a pivotal moral dilemma when ordered to neutralize a town held by enemy forces, despite knowing innocent hostages were inside. Wrestling with his conscience, Tommy chose duty over compassion, a decision that haunted him deeply as he witnessed the devastation wrought by his actions. The horrors of war tempered Tommy's idealism, transforming him into a cautious and strategic commander within the Protectors. Amidst the chaos of battle, Tommy strives to protect lives and uphold the values of heroism, while grappling with the complex realities that shape his understanding of what it means to be a hero. Tommy is a fair-skinned young man of Japanese descent, often compared to the typical protagonist of a Sentai TV show. He has almond-shaped brown eyes with angled eyebrows to give him a determined expression. His black hair is short and straight, parted to the right. His hero costume also invokes the Sentai style, albeit grittier and with a darker color scheme due to time in the war. It consists of a red bodysuit with a triangular pattern around the base of the neck, a white belt with a silver belt buckle, white gloves, and white boots. His gear includes a red helmet with silver accents, equipped with a large black tech visor with an AI assistant, a pistol, and a katana. His most defining tool in his arsenal is his aerial drone army, designed for various combat scenarios ranging from rescue missions to direct confrontations. This army includes small agile scouts, medium-sized fighters armed with machine guns, and huge flyers with missile batteries. Controlled with precision through wrist-mounted touchscreen computers, Tommy employs real-time strategy tactics to maximize their effectiveness in battle. This army can also convert into a suit of armor and a variety of weapons when Tommy turns giant, allowing him to fight kaiju-sized threats. Tommy's quirk is gigantification, which allows Tommy to grow to a gigantic size. This allows him to fight enemies of monstrous size or shield his allies from bombardment. However, he can only convert from his normal size of 5 feet 7 inches or his giant size of 70 feet, not in between. It is also detrimental to him in small, enclosed spaces. Nito Monoma/Phantom Thief. Nito, also known as Phantom Thief, is the infamous all-rounder of the samurai. Outside of work, he is vocal, eccentric, and has a notorious inferiority complex, especially towards the shogunate as he believes they are hogging all of the public attention. This makes him a rather arrogant and jealous individual, often leading to friction with his peers and higher-ups. Despite this, Nito is reluctantly accepted by the Protectors due to his exceptional competence on the job. He may not excel at melee, but his calm demeanor in combat, agility, precision, and keen strategic intelligence make up for it. His quirk proficiency and adaptability across various divisions makes Nito one of the most versatile members of the samurai. Overall, while his arrogance and constant need for praise is a hindrance, Nito remains an indispensable asset in the Protector's efforts. Nito is a young man in his 30s with an average height. He has slick, short blonde hair parted to the left hanging over his right eye. His eyes are periwinkle blue with white pupils. They slant downwards towards the far sides of his face, usually half-closed. This, along with a smirk and head tint, gives him a handsome but scornful look. His hero costume is an obnoxious black military dress uniform with various self-made badges. It also consists of a white collar shirt, a light and dark blue dotted tie, a plain black long-tailed tailcoat with silver ampulets and buttons, plain black breaths held by a silver-buckled belt, as well as black boots. His gear includes a tech visor styled to look like millionaire sunglasses, a pistol, a katana, and 3 watches on his left wrist for his quirk. He also wears hidden body armor in war zones and other gear used by the division he is assigned to. Nito's quirk is Copy, allowing him to duplicate and use another's quirk with a single touch. He can copy up to 4 quirks at the same time and use them for 20 minutes before he needs to copy them again. This allows him to copy enemy quirks to use against them or utilize ally quirks for his own means. Unfortunately, he cannot use multiple quirks at once, only one at a time. He also cannot immediately use quirks that require a previously stored resource such as Bloodburn needs to consume raw blood and Rewind requires rest time to grow horn. Denki Kaminari/Charge Bolt. Denki, also known as Charge Bolt, is the electrical sabotage specialist of Ninfukuro. Laid back and energetic, he enjoys his job and hanging out with others despite the grim circumstances. He usually has a casual and jokey demeanor towards others, though he is not above being petty or overreacting when annoyed or distraught. He is often conscious of being trendy and often wears flashy clothing and talks slang, much to his peers' chagrin. He is also quite flirty with women and has no problem acting the wingman to the younger lovebirds, which gets him into a lot of trouble with the higher-ups, especially Shogun Headphone Jack. However, he is also very adept at electrical work due to his job as a saboteur. You present him with any electronics, and he will tell you how to break them and rebuild them in deep detail and pride. His work has contributed to numerous victories and inspired many of his fellow saboteurs. Overall, he is a luckless cool guy, but a reliable and fun operative to work with. Denki is a slim man of medium height in his 20s. He has short gold hair, parted to the right with a black lighting-shaped streak on the left side of his fridge that partially obscures his left eye. His eyes are slanted and somewhat triangular with golden irises and small eyebrows. He also has a scar on the upper left of his forehead, though it is obscured by his hair. Outside of battle, he wears the typical Ninfukuro attire, a white polo shirt with black tie, a black Haori jacket that he often leaves open, a black belt with a silver buckle, black trousers, and black dress shoes. On the field, he puts on high-voltage clothing consisting of a white shirt, a thick cloth black Haori jacket with white lighting bolt patterns, black military breathes, and thick black work boots. His gear includes a tech headset with yellow-tinted lenses and radio, wrist-mounted tasers hidden in his sleeves, and a utility belt carrying various tools for electrical work as well as EMP bombs. Denki's quirk is electrification, an ability to absorb and discharge electricity from his body. By itself, it forms a defensive area around Denki that electrocutes anyone who gets close to him, causing temporary paralysis for the victims. As such, he uses various weapons, such as his tasers, to direct his attacks. He has also used his quirk to deactivate enemy electronics from a distance, produce EMP blasts, and recharge ally batteries. Unfortunately, his powers are short-range and are negated by insulation materials. If Denki exceeds his wattage limit, he temporarily short-circuits his brain and becomes a vulnerable, bubbling idiot. Katsuki Bakugo/Dynamite. Katsuki, also known as Dynamite, is the demolition expert of the samurai. Though highly aggressive, short-tempered, and foul-mouthed, he has a fiery passion to take down villains as loud as possible. To him, a battle is not without big explosions, mass destruction, and his infamous battle cries for his foes to die, and is thus often stationed in the Yumiya army. This outwards aggression makes him an intimidating opponent to face and a rather effective drill sergeant, which is his part-time job. However, to call him savage or stupid is not true at all. As a former bully, he condones any acts of harassment and knows when he is at fault. He is also less aggressive and even kind to those who earn his respect, namely most of the shogunate and eri. He will also stand down when a strong offensive is a bad option, although he admits that he would rather not. Overall, he is a passionate warrior with a love to blow stuff up. Katsuki is a middle-aged man of average height. His build is slim and muscular. His skin is fair and covered in battle scars. He has short, spiky, sandy blonde hair with choppy bangs over his eyebrows. His eyes are sharp with bright red irises. His attire is a blend of samurai armor and the typical military marine. He is usually seen wearing a green camo blouse and trousers with brown combat boots and fingerless tactical gloves. He also wears black-tinted sunglasses. When in battle, he puts on armor consisting of elbow and knee pads as well as a ballistic armor vest, shoulder plates, gauntlets, tassets, and a helmet sometimes. Every piece of his armor has silver trims and a dark brown waffle pattern reminiscent of pineapple grenade shells. In addition, his face is covered by black-tinted military goggles. 2 belts carrying hand grenades form a X on his chest, and his breaths are held up by 1 belt with pockets filled with bombs of all kinds, landmines, sticky grenades, etc. Katsuki's quirk, Explosion, allows him to secrete nitroglycerin-like sweat from his palms and ignite it on command. He uses these explosions to attack enemies in close-quarters combat, propel himself at high speeds, evade attacks in the air, and reflect attacks with the shockwaves. He is able to concentrate his blasts into a single point in his palm to fire a devastating beam of fire similar to an AP gunshot. He also collects his sweat into his various array of bombs that he carries into battle. However, overuse can dehydrate him to dangerous levels, and so he has to drink more water than the average person. Sensei Trope, formerly retired badasses Seasons 3 to 6 cameo, spin-offs. The Sensei Row is a revered guild of pro-heroes that came out of retirement to defeat the Goddard-Jagers. They have saved countless lives and defeated countless villains in their youth and are willing to do so again even in their old age. They are also known to be great teachers and role models with extensive wisdom and experience from their younger days, both before and after the emergence of the Goddard-Jagers. It is through this wisdom and pride of their experience that they formed a deep camaraderie amongst each other and brought about great heroes for the next generation. Many pro-heroes from the original MHA series return as members of this honored group, such as Shota Aizawa Eraserhead, Kana Tsutsumi Lady Nagant, and Rumi Usajiyama Miruko. They are identified by the Japanese dragon encircling the symbol of the division they're assigned to as a physical badge of honor. Shota Aizawa/Eraserhead. Shota, also known as Eraserhead, is the stern guild leader of the Sensei Row. He is often mistaken to be apathetic, exerting little energy in most situations and bearing high expectations for the younger generation. This has given him notoriety in his youth as a strict teacher at UA High School, known to expel students on the first week, as well as a cold, humorless man who would rather sleep. However, in his prime, he has shown to be a valiant hero who would put himself in harm's way to protect his students. He also has an intelligent, sure mind, effective teaching skills, and a nurturing side with his adoptive daughter Eri. This compassion of the youth eventually drives him to leave retirement and join the Protectors, utilizing his wisdom and skills for the Jimoto Patrol and protecting the next generation with his elder peers. He may seem cold and unfeeling at the surface, but no one can deny his great wisdom and heroism. Shota is a slender and tall man with pale skin and messy, shoulder-length black hair with gray streaks. His eyes are often tired and flat with prominent eye bags, giving him a worn-out and cranky expression. He also has 2 scars on his right eye. His black outfit remains baggy with a long-sleeved shirt, fingerless gloves, matching breaths tucked into his boots and his signature gray wrap scarf. However, to adapt to the new battlefield, he wears a kabuto helmet and multiple samurai armor pieces have been added to the chest, back, legs, arms, and hands. In addition, his bright yellow goggles have one-way mirror lenses for his quirk and his scarf is reinforced for grappling. His other gear includes a utility belt and prosthetic right leg with hidden knives. Shota's quirk is Erasure, the ability to nullify the quirk of the person he looks at. With it, he can depower quirked enemies, including the Shurtai and traitors within the Protectors. However, this powerful quirk has several drawbacks. Erasure deactivates when he blinks. Using it extensively gives him bad dry eye. Most mutant-type quirks are immune to erasure, and it has multiple visual signals when it is activated, namely his hair standing on end and his eyes glowing red. He has negated the visual drawbacks as he wears a helmet to hide his hair and goggles to hide his eyes, but he still has to rest between uses, hence his low energy. Kana Tsutsumi/Lady Nagant. Kana, also known as Lady Nagant, is the serious and disciplined sniper of the Sensei Row. Originally, she was a disillusioned assassin who believed hero society to be corrupt. In fact, many years before the appearance of the Goddardjagers, she was hired by Kai to kill Deku. Thankfully, Deku's skill and resolve in battle opened her cold heart and prompted her to return to the side of the heroes. With her newfound hope and expert gunmanship, she aided Deku in the defeat of Shinigami, even as the battle left her morally injured and forced her to retire. Now with a new war on the horizon, she has returned as the expert sniper for Ninfukuro. Her body is now cybernetically enhanced, and her heart is now full of heroic resolve. However, her old fears of corruption also return as the valiant protectors regress to a totalitarian power. Kana is a tall, voluptuous woman in her late 40s. Her long, indigo-color hair is usually tied in a ponytail with 2 shoulder-length tendrils and has numerous scattered pink and gray streaks. Her purple eyes are narrow with dark, blue-colored angled eyebrows. Her fair skin is covered in battle scars reaching from her face down to her toes. Her war attire is reminiscent of Secret Service men, military snipers, and ninjas. It consists of a white dress shirt, a black tie, a black haori jacket that extends to her calves and has no right sleeve, a metallic utility belt that stores her bullets, black combat breathes with knee pads, and black ninja boots. Her gear includes an earpiece on her left ear and a cybernetic right arm with a concealed plasma pistol in the forearm and a retractable plasma blade at the wrist. Her jacket bears a patch of Sensei Ro Dragon surrounding the Ninfukuro owl symbol. Kana is one of the few individuals with 2 quirks instead of 1. The first quirk is Rifle, in which her right arm can be converted into a sniper rifle with a scope. This weapon uses hair as ammo, which is loaded via a hole in her right hand and has multiple uses based on how she molds it: hollow point bullets, curving bullets, audio playing bullets, etc. The second quirk is Airwalk, an ability to levitate and jump midair. She uses it to change sniper positions and chase down her targets. Rumi Usajiyama/Miruko. Rumi, also known as Miruko, specializes in close-quarters combat, making her a perfect fit for the Yumiya army. She is tough, fierce, and unashamedly blunt to the point where she welcomes trouble and respects those who do the same. She is a one-woman army, preferring to fight on her own rather than with a team. Notoriously, she believes in trial by fire, in which she lets the youth get in trouble and laughs at them. However, she is very selfless and often throws herself into life-threatening battles with a shining grin on her face, although it can be mistaken for personal ego. She is also willing to work with her teammates if the time calls for it. Overall, she is an adrenaline-fueled warrior who will take on any foe, even at the cost of her own life. Miruko is a tan-skinned woman in her late 30s. She is of average height and surprisingly athletic form, especially in her arms and legs. She has narrow red eyes with long, defined eyelashes, and straight white hair reaching to her thighs with bangs that extend to the left of her face. Due to her quirk, she has long, white rabbit ears pointing upwards as well as a small, round white tail. She also has a scar on the tip of her right ear and massive scars on her left thigh and arms from previous battles. Her war outfit is an armor-plated version of her original hero costume. She wears a skin-tight dark purple leotard with white armor plates on her chest, shoulders, back and waist. The chest plate has a yellow crescent moon design and her left shoulder plate has the Sensei Ro Dragon surrounding the Yumiya bow and arrow symbol. Her left leg has a white armored boot with extra plating around the heel and toes, making her foot look like that of a rabbit. The rest of her limbs are silver prosthetics. Her right leg is shaped like her left boot and her arms have retractable plasma blades at the wrists and plasma SMGs in the forearms. She also carries a silver belt to hold her grenades. Miruko's quirk is Rabbit, which gives her the physicality and abilities of a rabbit. She has incredible leg strength, allowing her to leap over buildings in a single bound and break solid steel with her kicks. She also has excellent hearing, animal instincts, enhanced speed, enhanced dexterity, enhanced agility, and high pain tolerance. She utilizes all of these in hand-to-hand combat. The Kaiō Shihei were once fully human heroes who received catastrophic injuries in battle. Limbs torn off, organs failing, bodies broken beyond conventional repair. Yet instead of retiring, they embraced cybernetics, allowing their bodies to be enhanced by the pit and return them to the front lines. At first, They were revered as the ultimate embodiment of plus ultra, soldiers who refuse to let even death stop them. This unwavering tenacity earned them their name, Kyoshihei, meaning soldiers who refuse to die. However, as the war escalated, healing was not enough. Broken bones were replaced by a reinforced skeleton. Lost eyes were replaced by long-range cameras. Even a degrading brain was replaced by processing chips. Every injury and ailment gave way to mechanical enhancement and the loss of their humanity. Their energetic voices reduced to a cold robotic tone. Their emotions become dulled by binary code. Their muscles and joints restrained under motors and pistons. Soon, many undergo full-body conversion, transforming into unstoppable but unfeeling machines. Now, the Kyoshihei are feared and pitted. Some condemn them as soulless husks. Others mourn them as tragic characters. Regardless, the Kyoshihei know the truth. They wanted to save one more soul but lost their own in doing so. Once, they embodied heroic perseverance. Now they are prisoners, trapped forever in an iron coffin of their own making. Kyoshihei characters coming soon. Protector Army Divisions. The divisions mainly consist of quirkless civilians who enlisted in the name of defending their home. Jimoto Patrol. Trope, SWAT Team Season 3-6. The Jimoto Patrol are the Protector's personal SWAT force, reporting to Shogun Ingenium and Shogun Red Riot. The platoons were once regular, quirkless civilians who had quirk users under their care. As such, they bought illegal firearms to protect themselves from Gotterdjäger attacks. Unfortunately, these deals made them criminals in their own country and many were arrested for owning illegal weapons. That all changed when the Gotterdjägers attacked the small town of Furiton. Initially, the townsfolk hid and waited for the protectors to arrive, preferring not to reveal their illegal guns. Realizing that help was too far and the Jaegers were close to finding them, they took to arms and attacked. They fought valiantly despite heavy losses, pushing back the Jaegers until the protectors arrived. Together, they drove the Jaegers out of Furiton. Recognizing their bravery and usefulness, the protectors gave the local militia proper equipment and training for future attacks, creating the first Jimoto Patrol platoon. News of Furiton's Jimoto Patrol spread throughout Japan, prompting numerous villages, towns, and cities to form their own platoons. One by one, they united under the Jimoto Patrol name, benefiting from the funding and training provided by the protectors. Now, Jimoto Patrol is the protectors' first line of defense. They are a coalition of numerous platoons of quirkless civilians, tasked to patrol the streets of their home for suspicious activity. They hold enemies back with their plasma shields and riot weapons until the protectors come to finish the job. This activity was originally exclusive to Jaeger attacks, but it was unfortunately expanded to civilian rebellions and riots towards the protectors, leading to civilian deaths and incarcerations. They sacrifice their lives to protect their homes only to act as their oppressors. They are designed after samurai and riot police officers. They wear sci-fi samurai armor and kabuto helmets while carrying sci-fi riot gear including plasma shields, riot guns, gas masks, and goggles. Their symbol is the Shirshir, a lion dog often seen as a statue guarding sacred shrines, temples, and palaces. This symbol is often shown proudly on their police badges, signifying their commitment to protecting their homes despite the compromises they may face. Same Senshi/Sharks. Trope, Personal Navy Season 3-6, spin-offs. The same Senshi, known as the Sharks, are the Protector's naval division under the command of Shogun Tsu. They patrol Japan's extensive coastlines and rivers for Gotterdjäger attacks, utilizing a plethora of ships, sailors, and water-based heroes. Their fleet is affectionately codenamed after sharks, including Mako, frigates, Tiger, destroyers, Nurse hospital ships, Great White cruisers, and Whale aircraft carriers. They are crewed by expert naval commanders or frogmen, ensuring swift and effective defense of Japan's waters. Their symbol is the Great White Shark, representing their prowess and demse in Japan's waters. Trope, Air Force Season 3-6, spin-offs. The Tengu are the Protector's Air Force led by Aerial Commander Shogun Uravati. They defend the skies of Japan with an army of helicopters, fighter jets, and marines in flight suits. Their cutting-edge tech is often named after Japanese demons and spirits, with accompanying decals of said legendary creatures. Their symbol is a tengu mask adorned with a pair of spread wings, symbolizing their depth and vigilance in aerial combat. Mechanized Homeland and Army Services Mechas. Trope R. Mecha Army Season 3-6, Spin-offs. Mechas is the two-part division responsible for the Protector's extensive, state-of-the-art arsenal. The first part is the Research and Development Subdivision RADS. Led by Shogun Baby Builder, RADS researches and develops the various weapons and emergency equipment used by all the Army divisions, including plasma guns, advanced surveillance systems, power armor, combat drones, and more. The second part is the Mechanical Emergency and Combat Assistance Force Mecha Force. Commanded by Shogun Creati, Mecha Force is an elite group of mecha pilots specializing in emergency service in the mainland and combat support in enemy territory. Their fleet consists of transforming vehicles and Gundam-esque walkers and usually provide various supplies, medical, food rations, clothing, etc. to citizens and soldiers, as well as repair damaged machinery. They can also use their experimental mecha to participate in military offense if needed. As a whole, mechas exemplifies the power of technological innovation as the men and women behind the creation and operation of mighty machines. Mechas generally takes inspiration from sci-fi mecha fiction, including Gundam and Evangelion. Their symbol is silver with the Chikara kanji encased in a gear, a reference to their technological prowess and the power behind their mechanized advancements. Cyber Threat Assessment and Security Quotient Cyber-SQ/White Hats. Trope, Cybernet Warriors Season 3-6 Cameo, Spin-offs. Cyber-SQ, nicknamed the White Hats, is the global cybersecurity branch shared by all branches of the Protectors. Composed of the world's best hackers, programmers, and internet specialists, they monitor the global cyberspace for cyber attacks, thwarting them with unparalleled precision. They primarily safeguard the Protector's database full of crucial information such as hero profiles, secret locations, and more classified info. Notably, they often hire former cybercriminals into their ranks, providing reform through community service. Their style leans towards a futuristic cyberpunk approach, in contrast with the sleek sci-fi style of mechas. Many members wear government pageant uniforms augmented with cybernetic prosthetics. Their emblematic secure shield resembles a circuit board, a metallic green shield decorated with silver trances and a white padlock in place of its eye. Ninfukuro/Shadow Owl. Trope, Spy Organization Season 3-5, Spin-offs. Ninfukuro, also known as Shadow Owl, is the secret police and spy division of the Protectors, under the leadership of the division's director, Shogun Headphone Jack. Actively collaborating with the Jimoto Patrol, their mission is to investigate, interrogate, and covertly eliminate enemy operatives and key outposts within ally and enemy ranks. Styled after spies and ninjas, they consist of the best undercover agents, assassins, snipers, and saboteurs in all of Japan, as well as quirk users tailored for stealth operations. Renowned veterans such as Chargebolt, Tsukuyomi, and Lady Nagant stand out along with new operatives like Cybergirl and Warp. Their design blends classic spy fiction a la James Bond and Mission Impossible with traditional ninjas. All agents don a standardized uniform for meetings and interrogations, featuring a white polo shirt with black tie, a sleek black haori jacket, matching black trousers secured by a silver-buckled belt, and black dress shoes. Some agents wear tech-enhanced sunglasses with black tinted lenses and frames to complement their attire. They are represented by a black and white Japanese scops owl whose eyes are wide open, depicting their vigilance from the shadows of society. Yumiya Army/Bow and Arrow. Trope, Infantry Season 2-6, Spin-offs. The Yumiya Army is the main fighting force of the Protectors and are led by Shogun Todoroki and Shogun Pinky. While the other divisions defend the mainland, the companies of the Yumiya Army travel around the globe to confront the enemy directly like an arrow fired from a bow. They fight with tactical prowess and sheer firepower thanks to large numbers and collaboration with the other divisions. Their army consists of thousands of gunships blocking out the sun, numerous tanks and mechs that block out the dirt, and hundreds of thousands of troops whose marching shakes the very earth beneath their feet. However, they are very controversial as they have the highest amount of civilian casualties out of all the other fighting divisions. While they have saved countless people, there have been many a battle where rescue or retaking lost territory is too costly, potentially high casualties, too much time or resources, etc., and threat level is catastrophic. As such, by the permission of the shogunate, they can conduct Hakai Suru, an executive action deeming that a city, town, or area is unrecoverable and must be destroyed rather than let the enemy hold it. This can be done by missile bombardment, poisoning utilities, and other methods of mass destruction that leave the land uninhabitable and thousands dead, friend or foe. Thankfully, Hakai Suru is a last resort and is thus not used often. Nevertheless, its devastating effects leave psychological trauma or power-hungry insanity in the minds of those who conduct it. The Yumiya army takes after modern and feudal Japanese infantry with a sci-fi twist. They wear samurai-esque armor while carrying sci-fi weapons and gear. Their symbol is the Japanese Yumi bow primed to fire a flaming ya arrow, embodying their role as a swift, precise, and lethal force essential for offensive engagements. Project O. Trope. Antiheroes, Expendable Criminals Season 5 to 6 cameos, spin-offs. Project Oho is a program dedicated to turning imprisoned villains into protector agents. Initially presented as a pathway to redemption, it has gained notoriety for recruiting the most vile, insane quirk users and sending them out to die for a society that hates them. Almost all of their agents committed some of the most heinous crimes imaginable, serving either life imprisonment or awaiting execution on death row. As a precautionary measure, new agents are implanted with trackers that can be remotely detonated, ensuring compliance under the threat of death. However, their wild-card nature has brought victory to the protector cause. As such, their agents are rewarded with a more comfortable life in prison, supervised visits to the outside world, or even bail for their outstanding service. Their style varies between squads, typically characterized by an anti-heroic or villainous aesthetic. They are branded by the symbol of a red Oni mask tied to a leash, which is often tattooed on their bodies. Each squad is also numbered with Roman numerals. Notable characters of Project Oho. The Warden. The Warden is the enigmatic head of Project Oho, responsible for the assignment of the project's deadliest missions. Known for their cold and efficient leadership, the Warden has been instrumental in the project's successes but also creating a mysterious, borderline, untrustworthy aura around them. While they are the project's most successful leader, they weren't its first leader. Project Oho was originally run by a passionate and idealistic distinguished figure in hero society, dedicated to giving incarcerated quirk users a second chance at heroism. Unfortunately, their emotional fragility and struggles with hardened criminals led to ineffectiveness and internal unrest. Realizing the need for a stricter, more efficient leader, the shogunate appointed the Warden to take charge despite initial hesitation. As a precautionary measure, no one knows the Warden's true identity, not even the highest-ranking members of the project. They are never seen in person and their real voice remains unheard as they communicate only through written letters, digital text, or intermediaries speaking on their behalf. Because of this, wild rumors have spread about who the Warden actually is and if they are indeed human. Some whisper extraterrestrial origins, others entertain the possibility of an advanced artificial intelligence. Regardless, one certainty remains. The Warden is always watching closely, ensuring the project's smooth operation and swiftly eliminating those who threaten its success. Squad Number 1. Gentle's Criminals Work in Progress. Gentle's Criminals was the first squad to be successful, consisting of Manami Iba La Brava, Tuya Todoroki Dabi, Ayake the Great Chameleon, and Jianli Lingqi, and led by the titular Danjuro Tabita Gentle Criminal. As one of the first squads to be formed, they were hard to control due to their clashing personalities, leading to wild antics and the project nearly being terminated. In fact, they were jokingly nicknamed the Circus for these reasons. However, they soon set aside their differences for the good of the team, leaving that same first mission ending in success. In addition, they played off their insulting name with circus-themed attire. Thanks to their pioneering status and success, The project lives on to this day for better or worse. They specialize in infiltrating enemy territory and acquiring intel as Gentle upholds a code of do not kill. However, they can eliminate enemies as quickly and humanely as possible if necessary. They are represented by the Roman numeral of 1 to indicate their pioneering status. Danjuro Tabita/Gentle Criminal. Danjuro, also known as Gentle Criminal, is the leader of Gentle's criminals. Initially, he was a rejected aspiring hero turned internet celebrity, well known for his gentlemanlike manners, dramatic flair, and conducting daring criminal acts. Before uploading them to the web alongside his lover, La Brava, including attempting to break into the UA high school despite the ongoing fear of new villains. However, thanks to a duel with a young Deku, he realized that redemption was possible and took the chance by helping Deku take down Shirogaki many years ago. Now, he leads the first Project Oho squad not only to further his goal to redemption but to turn other villains into heroes. A bold and fitting quest, but one draft with challenges from his twisted inmates, even with his keen intelligence and kind leadership. In addition, his vow to do no harm is constantly challenged as he is forced to kill his opponents and his allies. Danjuro is a refined man in his 40s with fine silver hair. He has a slicked-back hairdo with a front curl, a handlebar mustache, and a well-kept, medium-sized beard. His eyes bear a gentle expression with thick black eyeliner. His outfit is both extravagant and tactical, featuring a dark, armored purple jacket with enlarged collars and coattails, purple gloves, a purple woolly scarf, white pinstriped combat breaths, 2 utility belts, and dark purple shoes. His accessories include cuffs that conceal pistols, various smoke pellets, knives, and flash bombs in his belts, a high-tech visor, and his signature cane that can now convert into a dashing sword. Danjuro's quirk is elasticity, which allows him to turn any object he touches stretchable, bendable, and bouncy, including the air itself. He often uses it to create trampolines to traverse terrain quickly and deflect attacks. Manami Iba/La Brava. Manami, also known as La Brava, is Gentle Criminal's significant other and thus the second in command of his squad. Originally a luckless lover as a young girl, she found refuge as Danjuro's assistant and camera woman after being rejected by her middle school crush. From then on, she has been a devoted lover to Danjuro by hacking into the most secure networks for his criminal antics and now his squad's missions. Her hacking prowess is paramount, but her emotional sensitivity is rather high. She initially was rather recluse about her wild squad mates, preferring to keep to herself and Danjuro. However, in dire situations, she is willing to open up her feelings, best shown when her quirk awakened to save the team in their first ever mission. Manami is a short, youthful woman with a large, round head compared to her narrow body. Her raspberry pink hair is tied into 2 high long pigtails, wide and thick at the top, thin and curved at the bottom forming a heart shape. She also has a single bang swept right in the middle of her forehead. Her large eyes bear oval-shaped, pink irises with hypnotic rings and are pointed down with thick black eyeliner and 2 longer upper eyelashes each. Her outfit is inspired by Danjuro's, consisting of an indigo button shirt, a large white bow tie, frilly sleeve cuffs, large white gloves, white pinstriped combat breaths held by 2 utility belts, and indigo shoes. She wears multiple heart accessories, including heart-shaped belt buckles and various heart-shaped armor pieces. In addition, she utilizes heart-shaped taser pads in her gloves, a pistol, and hacking gear such as 2 wrist-worn computers, a high-tech visor, and hardware tools in her belts. Manami originally had the love quirk, which gives a powerful boost to the quirk of the person she loves the most, namely Danjuro, indicated by pink, heart-shaped smoke radiating from the person of choice. After her awakening during the squad's first mission, her quirk evolved into emote, increasing her range of emotions and their effects. Positive emotions aid her teammates, such as joy, which increases their morale and is shown with a bright yellow smoke, and determination, which increases the efficiency of their quirks and is shown with an orange smoke. Negative emotions debilitate enemies such as sadness, which, via deep sorrow, induces a loss of focus and is shown with a dark blue smoke. Disgust, which causes debilitating sickness and is shown with a toxic green smoke. Fear, which causes extreme, paralyzing paranoia and is shown with a dark gray smoke, and anger which causes uncontrollable rage, making Manami the bait, and is shown with a crimson-red smoke. However, love remains as her strongest emotion, exclusive to Danjuro. Tuya Todoroki/Dabi. Description in progress. Ayakage/The Great Kamlun. Backstory in progress. Aya has an athletic female's physique with chameleon-like features. She has green scaly skin, a small head fringe, and bulging purple eyes with black markings around them resembling eyelashes. Her war outfit takes after magicians with practical features fit for infiltration. It consists of a white polo shirt with a purple bow tie, an armored white and purple checkerboard vest, an armored purple jacket with coattails and green accents, purple combat breathes with various pockets, and purple shoes. Her weapons are inspired by magic tricks, including sharpened cards, a wand equipped with a taser, and a purple magic hat with nearly limitless storage for other gadgets such as smoke bombs and a lockpicking kit. Aya's quirk is Chameleon, which grants her the features and abilities of a chameleon. She has an exceptional climbing ability and sticky extendable tongue, can move her eyes independently, can change the color of her skin, and can go invisible. This has made her an excellent infiltrator, able to climb up walls, break into facilities unseen, and even hypnotize threats. However, she also has the weaknesses of a chameleon, such as becoming lethargic at cold temperatures. Jianli/Lingqi. Trope: Sword Serial Killer. Description in progress. Squad Number 2, Entropy Work in Progress. Entropy consists of mad scientists and rogue inventors, infamous for the illegal creation and sale of dangerous experimental weaponry. Once driven by their unchecked ambition and a blatant disregard for ethical boundaries, they are now repurposed as the Protector's Secret R team at the top-secret, high-security facility codenamed Renaissance Labs. Each member possesses a genius mind with a massive ego and a twisted love for experimentation devoid of the conventional moral ethics of RADs. Their colossal egos ironically fostered a wacky rivalry amongst them as they try to develop a stronger, more deadly weapon than the rest. Some competition is surprisingly friendly with good-natured sportsmanship, others are more heated with one trying to sabotage the other. This odd mix of camaraderie and conflict makes the members of Entropy notoriously hard to work with but also incredibly innovative. Their increasingly wild, unconventional armaments that have bolstered the Protector's already advanced arsenal. However, this innovation causes mutual chagrin between RADs and Entropy due to their clashing morality and jealousy. Each member is specialized in a distinct experimental field and is codenamed after a famous physician or scientist of said field. They are represented by the Roman numeral of 2. Members in progress. Candy Cartel Work in Progress. The Candy Cartel were an infamous drag cartel, most known for smuggling illegal drags as surgery treats, before being sold out by a rival cartel. Now, William Coco Candyman, Andre Gobber Jawbreaker, Melvin Carnal Killer Mel, _Chocklist, and _Fruity Money are repurposed as military drag producers and double dealers for Project Oho and the entire Protector organization. However, they also have developed a heated internal struggle between the young who want to redeem themselves through kind service, the dethroned who want to restore their criminal candy empire, and the one selfish opportunist constantly switching sides for a sweeter deal. Their members are candy-themed and inspired by the whimsical yet dark work of Ronald Dahl. They are all represented by the Roman numeral of 3. William Coco/Candyman. William Coco, known as the Candyman, is the eccentric leader of the Candy Cartel, high-spirited and moving quickly like a squirrel. Whimsical yet brilliant, he has the pedigree of a genius chemist, a love for chocolatiering, and the big showman's personality of a magician. As such, he has a knack to concoct ingenious schemes and revolutionary drags, embracing the thrill of the criminal game. However, he wasn't always at the head of the cartel. Before the cartel's capture, young William Coco was a bright-eyed chemist and chocolate-making hobbyist, fresh out of college looking for a career in revolutionary medicine. Unfortunately, his eccentric showmanship and unique approach made him an unwanted candidate in the traditional pharmaceutical industry, leaving him without a job and in debt. His life seemingly turned around when the kind Chocolate and Fruity Money reached out their hand with an opportunity, produce products for their startup company. Healthy Candy. He happily accepted as the job combined his pharmaceutical skills with his love for candy making, a dream come true. Unfortunately, this turned out to be a trap as he unknowingly joined the criminal candy cartel. In addition, he was locked up in a hidden lab, unable to see the outside world for many months. When the cartel was shut down, he was arrested for association with the criminal organization. Thankfully, he made his own fate by applying as leader of the new candy cartel, showcasing his inventive mind and showman charisma during Project Oho's early days. Now as the Candy Man, he aspires to redeem his name and the organizations by producing drugs to aid the protectors in their valiant efforts, earning the respect of similarly ambitious criminals like Gentle Criminal. However, he makes sure to keep a close eye on his former captors and other potential insubordinates, making sure his new cartel runs smoothly with minimal corruption. With a heap full of ambition and a sprinkle of whimsy, he is now a pivotal and enigmatic figure within the cartel and the project as a whole. Inspired by the playful Willy Wonka of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory fame, the Candy Man has a whimsical and eccentric appearance. He is a very youthful man with a healthy physique and skin as smooth as white chocolate. He has short curly chocolate brown hair and a just as curly goatee. His similarly brown eyes are wide with a mischievous twinkle. His smile is toothy and wide with glee. He wears a lively work uniform with a bright white dress shirt, a shiny golden bow tie, a purple coat, lime green trousers, black licorice dress shoes, and a golden top hat. He carries around a brown cane which he playfully twirls. Candyman's quirk is pure imagination, an ability to expel airborne pheromones that cause wild hallucinations. These illusions are often described as a mind-bending blend of colors, sounds, and tastes akin to the imagery of Roald Dahl's books. Some find pleasure in the effects, embracing their childlike wonder. Others find it terrifying, disoriented by their twisted perception. Because of this, the quirk is an effective distraction tool or a fun form of hallucinogenic recreation. Andre Gabber/Jawbreaker. Andre Gabber, known by his fighter name Jawbreaker, is a hardened brute with a respectable sense of honor, honed through a life as an underground cage fighter. Utilizing his strength-enhancing quirk and kind sportsmanship, he achieved legendary status and made a fortune in the pits. However, he didn't appreciate any of it as he desired to fight for something bigger than money and fame. This ambition was leveraged by Chocolate and Fruity Money, whose offer of being a guard for a young startup company dragged the innocent Andre into a ruthless drag cartel. Andre felt betrayed but powerless to fight back as he finds himself guarding a powerful criminal organization who could kill him if he deserts or is no longer useful. Thankfully, it is there where he meets fellow victim William Coco, whose high spirit gave Andre hope and formed a strong friendship between the two even as they were wrongly incarcerated. Now with William as the cartel's new leader, Andre holds his Jawbreaker name with pride as he swears to defend his kind friend and those who share his friend's vision from any threats inside and outside the organization. His duty as bodyguard made him a highly respected guardian and a mortal enemy to the disgruntled Chocolate and Fruity Money. Jawbreaker is an imposing giant, standing at towering heights and bearing bulging muscles. Though bald, his expression demands both respect and fear with narrow eyes and sharply angled eyebrows that give him an intense expression. He also has prominent arm hair and battle scars. This intimidating look is softened by his colorful clothing, consisting of a white dress shirt with multicolored dots, a bronze bow tie, bronze dress breeds with suspenders, white socks, and white dress shoes with multicolored dots and bronze tips. He also carries brass knuckles with the words, "Open Wide," engraved on them. Jawbreaker's quirk is muscle build. His body produces natural steroids in stressful situations, accelerating muscle growth and thus increasing his strength with the drawback of lower agility. He is able to snap bones like twigs, lift fully loaded shipping containers, and take punishing hits with barely a scratch which aids in his role as bodyguard. However, he also cannot run fast or dodge hits easily due to the increased muscle mass and weight. Interestingly, deep cuts reveal multicolored muscle layers similar to the layers of Jawbreaker candy. The exact reason for this is unknown. Killer Milk. Description in progress. Checklist. Description in progress. Fruity money. Description in progress. EXO work in progress. EXO was an all-female gang of espiões, double agents, and gold diggers, utilizing a consort club as a front to collect confidential intel and sell it to the highest bidder. Their members consisted of ringleader Mommy Whisper and operatives Diva Dose, Selena Snare, Tina Tattle, and Mui Thick. They were apprehended when a protector agent posed as a criminal client. Now, they act as their special espionage, traversing the RDC underworld to collect secret intel for the protectors. Their members are based on the succubus and female stereotypes such as the evil mother, female fatale, and goth girl. They are represented by the Roman numeral of 4. Description in progress. Chervi. The Chervi were once a notorious gang of villains enthralled by their macabre interest in death and black magic. Made up of Mata Khan, Fruita Mort, Kurakata Niku, Giri Ryari, and Hila Michi, they were infamous for mass slaughter, cannibalism, and dabbling in the dark arts, including converting their victims into undead servants. Their fate changed when they were captured by Draco in hopes that justice would be served. Instead, the protectors repurposed them as their own death squad, recognizing their effective methods of enforcing complacency through fear. Despite their SDSM, they formed a wholesome family amongst themselves as they banded together through their shared gruesome interests. They console each other at their lowest points and celebrate their victories with lively feasts and drinking songs. They are also not a fan of authority, only working with the protectors so long as they can continue their gruesome streak. They are generally themed around death and its associations. They are represented by the Roman numeral of 5. Mata Khan is the formidable leader of the Chervi. In her youth, she harbored a deep compassion for insects, often coming to their defense against the cruelty of her peers. But her affinity for these creatures made her a target for bullying, a torment that would plant the seeds of villainy. When Mata's quirk manifested, she unleashed her terrifying power upon her tormentors. Commanding her insect progeny, she wrought havoc upon her school, turning the tables on those who once preyed upon her. This display of strength marked the beginning of her ascent to power as a formidable crime boss, drawing fellow outcasts with monstrous quirks under her protective wing. Despite being cunning and sadistic towards her enemies, she has a nurturing personality, especially towards her allies. She sees her fellow gang members as family and her insect servants as children, giving off a motherly aura. She is often seen tenderly stroking one of her larvae like a cherished pet and is rather protective of it. To her enemies she is a monster, but to her allies she is a mother. Mata Khan is a tall, mature woman with alluring motherly looks and unsettling insect features. She has pale, white skin with long pink hair with blunt bangs and various pink streaks. Her eyes are a bright orange with long eyelashes, compound irises, and claw markings underneath one of her eyes. Her mouth bears sharp fangs and mandibles that fully open wide when she is angered. She also has 2 long pink antennae on her forehead. Her shoulders and back have a waxy texture and bear multiple holes resembling the hives of wasps and bees. Her attire is a pink dress, with a dark pink fur collar and a cleavage window. The dress can open up to reveal cockroach-like wings for flight. She also has skeletal insect arms and legs with claws and 6 insect legs on her back. She wears a bracelet with a cockroach-shaped emerald to command Fruscia's undead army. Mata Khan's quirk is Bug Brood, an ability to spawn various types of insects from the hives on her shoulders and back. From slow-moving maggots to venomous wasps to oversized spiders to heavy-armored Hercules beetles, her offspring serve as both weapons of destruction and extensions of her will. However, her offspring have very short lifespans, ranging from a day to a few weeks maximum. This is a fact that the warm Mata hates but understands. As such, she makes time to care for her insect children, although her care does involve some cannibalism. She can also fly with her wings and spit acid. Fruscia Mort. Frida Mort is the necromancer and second-in-command of the Chervi. Under her dark command lies the Chervi's vast undead army that strikes fear into the hearts of their enemies. A skirmish with her guarantees rivers of blood and the grim spectacle of brothers turned against brothers. However, she is quite the gentle dork outside of combat. She is a soft-spoken British woman with a calming demeanor and is passionate for heavy metal, art, and the occult. Often found indulging in painting, she captures scenes of battle or creates portraits of her friends, channeling her inner artist. She is also easily flustered, tends to stutter, harbors a playful nature, and condemns swearing. Horror is her favorite genre despite being a scaredy cat. Her best friend is Kurakata, whom she often conducts undead experiments and creates monstrous beasts with. At first glance, Fruita is a fair-skinned British woman of average height. However, she also has long pointed ears and 4 dark purple pierced horns curling back from her head. She has tousled neck-length, teal-colored hair with emerald green highlights and long braids in front that go past her shoulders. She also has emerald green eyes and face tattoos which glow when she uses her quirk. A pair of black, bat-like wings with a tinge of purple protrude from her shoulders. Her outfit consists of a black cloak with a purple silk layer inside and a purple eye jewel button, a short black and purple, off-shoulder revealing dress with a pentagram design on her chest, arm-length fingerless gloves, black fingernails, a sash carrying various skulls and jewels, thigh-high fishnets, and shoes with spiked heels. She also wears various types of Gothic earrings and rings. She carries a long staff adorned with skulls and feathers. Fruita's quirk is Reanimate, which allows her to revive the dead as her servants. With a raise of her staff and a gaze that pierces the soul, she commands bolts of glowing green energy to resurrect the fallen as her obedient servants. These undead minions, their eyes alight with the same eerie green glow, carry out her will, be it in combat or menial tasks. She can also imbue emeralds and emerald-colored objects with her powers so that her comrades can control her dead army as well. Unfortunately, her army is not invincible. Susceptible to rot and physical harm, her minions will eventually succumb to age or battle, becoming permanently inanimate if left unchecked. Kurakata Niku. Kurakata is the doctor and mad scientist of the Shirvi. He is notorious for kidnapping enemies of the gang and painfully reshaping them into terrifying beasts, most notably humanoid giants and canine animals. To him, flesh is nothing more than clay for monstrous works of art, and the screams and pain of those forced into his experiments are music accompanying the artwork. Within the group, he is known for his eccentric nature. This is best characterized by his loud voice, tendency to swear, and his bizarre yet humorous personality, especially when talking about his creations. He is also a bit fidgety, as he often plays with living flesh in his hands like stress putty. However, he is able to be straightforward, discuss serious issues, and address them when needed. This side of him is best shown when healing members from their injuries as well as working with Fruita in experiments. In fact, he finds that he and Fruita work very well together, both their quirks and their hilarious banter. Kurakata is a lanky, pale-skinned British man with short black hair, red eyes, and black fingernails. He wears multiple silver piercings on his right brow and an emerald earring on his right ear that bears the word. He also wears a black medical mask, a stitched red shirt, a black pottery apron that is often covered in blood stains, black surgical gloves also covered in blood stains, black briefs with multiple stitches and patches, and black leather boots with thick soles. His apron carries various surgical and pottery equipment for his quirk. Kurakata's quirk is Meat Sculpt, which allows him to mold organic tissue like clay with his bare hands. He most often uses it to stretch, compress, and combine multiple body parts into full-sized creatures for him and the Shirvi to command. He has also used it to turn prisoners into various items: furniture, clothing, pottery, etc. as a torture method, close open wounds to heal, and implant, donor, organs into his fellow members. Unfortunately, the quirk has 2 major downsides depending on the state of the original body. If the flesh is alive, his creations will eventually revert into their original forms. For example, if multiple people were combined into one entity, they will eventually split and return to their normal but traumatized selves. By contrast, creations made from dead body parts are permanent. However, they are inanimate without outside help, i.e. Fruita's quirk. Giri Ryeri. Giri Ryeri is the war chef of the Shirvi, tasked to feed not only the massive insectoid and undead army but also the gang members themselves. Unfortunately, her morbid curiosity has led her to become a cannibal as she often incorporates human victims into her dishes. She has cooked insubordinates alive and even fed her prisoners with the dishes made from their loved ones. However, there is no doubting her passion and expertise at cooking, as nearly everything she makes is delicious and safe, at least according to her fellow gang members. She is also hilariously inept at internet culture and does burn simple dishes such as rice, much to her dismay. Giri is a fairly tall Chinese woman, one of the tallest members of the Shirvi next to Mata. Her purple hair is straight and often tied into a hair bun with two asymmetrical bangs. Her red eyes are big and almond-shaped with thin black slits like irises and thin purple eyebrows. She has two yellow horns that protrude from her forehead and a long black tail with a yellow spade tip. She brags about having massive breasts, but it's well known that she wears a padded bra over her more modest A-cups. Wears a traditional red Chinese dress under a purple chef's apron, black elbow-high gloves, black thigh-high leggings, a red garter belt, and purple shoes. Her entire outfit and face is often covered in blood. She also carries various cooking tools in a belt over her waist, such as cooking knives, a ladle, measuring cups, an assortment of seasonings, and her special emerald-encrusted butcher's cleaver made from Damascus steel. Giri's quirk is miracle cooking, an ability to turn any group of items into a myriad of dishes. Through multiple cooking techniques, she can negate any negative side effects of each ingredient, including disease and toxins, making every meal safe to eat and genuinely delicious. She often uses it to experiment and produce a bountiful feast for celebrations or quick meals to feed her troops. However, she can only use either organic materials or already existing ingredients for her meals. Metals, plastics, glass, and other inorganics are off the menu, while unconventional components such as corpses, poisonous mushrooms, and burnt food are. Hilamichi, the youngest yet the most feared member of the Shirvi, is infamous for her unhinged insanity, well documented by the poor individuals who faced her. She is a formidable fighter thanks to her acrobatic and unpredictable fighting style. She emits a wild cackle so loud and intimidating that it can be heard for miles and rings in the minds of the few who survive her onslaught. Just her presence is enough to drive people insane and succumbing to suicide. However, she is paradoxically well-liked within the Shirvi. She has an energetic, carefree spirit with a lot of chaotic yet endearing energy. She constantly teases others, especially Giri, and cares so much for the people around her. This stems from them teaching her how to control her quirk through Zen and meditation, a skill she lacked after inadvertently causing the destruction of her home village. She is also a talented entertainer, performing death-defying acrobatics and stand-up comedy. Michi is a pale-skinned Indonesian woman and is the shortest of all the Shirvi. She has long purple hair with white streaks. Her eyes are white with purple undertones and red rings around her red pupils, radiating with frightening intensity. She also has a stitch across her face and a cat-like mouth, often bearing a toothy, psychotic grin with a single fong. She wears a black ripped eye-patterned straitjacket with multiple red and white stitches. Her sleeves hang free, revealing her hands, and a tear on her chest revealing her surprisingly massive cleavage. She also wears purple trousers with bare feet, hair-braided beads, 5 piercings on her ear, and an emerald evil eye lapel pin on her straitjacket. Michi's quirk is Mad Aura, which is an area of affectability that bends the emotions and perception of people around her, driving them insane. At long distances, her victims feel uncomfortable and get goosebumps. As she gets closer, the effects get stronger. Her victims' sense of fear would slowly grow into paranoia. They will start to breathe heavily, sweat profusely, and murmur in fear. At a distance of a few feet, hallucinations begin to form, with the sky turning red with multiple eyes staring at the victims, teeth within teeth salivating at their flesh, and multiple ghostly black figures emitting eerie mms and laughs. The victims cover their eyes and shut their eyes to ease the pain, but nothing works. Panic soon takes over as the victims' minds scream and beg for the horror to stop, only for Michi to laugh at their misery and continue closing the distance. The victims will then mutilate themselves by clawing at their skin, gouging their eyes out, and tearing off their ears, as if doing so will stop the nightmare, only for it to bring more pain. Finally, once Michi is right in front of them, the victims go silent in shock as hopelessness settles in. At the command of Michi, they pick up the closest weapon they could find and commit suicide. Antagonist: Godderjagers. Trope: Nebulous Evil Organization Season 3-6. The Godderjagers, aka the God Hunters, are a global terrorist organization led by Dr. Hans Ratman. They consist of quirkless individuals disgruntled by quirk discrimination within hero society and are thus hellbent on taking it down. In their pursuit, they pledge their loyalty to mad scientist Dr. Hans Ratman, capturing and dissecting the world's heroes for their leader's brutal experiments. As a result, they have become infamous for the kidnapping, mutilation, and deaths of thousands of quirk users every day. To many, they are sadistic demons stalking quirk users like wolves and ripping them apart like animals to the slaughter. They are predators and they are always hungry, best emphasized with their rallying cry, "Death to the gods, power to us." Their symbol is the apex predator, a silhouette of a rat's head with a crosshair as one of its eyes. Their design is based on Nazi Germany with scavenger and biopunk elements. They utilize abandoned buildings that are simple and industrialized with concrete walls, sharp angles, flat roofs, and little to no decor. They keep body parts in vats of green liquid or ice boxes. Their salvaged vehicles are WW2 styled and equipped search and capture weapons, motorbikes and jeeps outfitted with net launchers, smoke bomb launchers, and tranquilizer guns, fast-moving helicopters armed with capturing apparatuses, and mutated creatures, both human and animal, are cybernetically enhanced to hunt and subdue targets. Their color scheme is mainly red and black. Godderjager leaders: Dr. Hans Ratman. Trope: Main villain, mad scientist, diabolical mastermind. Season 1-6. Though a brilliant virologist and geneticist, young Hans Rudolf was a meek soul with a long, painful history of abuse from quirk users. However, his life took a turn when his fiancée brought him into the anti-quirk user community where he found his confidence to unleash his latent charisma. Unfortunately, his fiancée was murdered by the hands of Redacted due to her anti-quirk user beliefs. Fueled by rage, grief, and overbearing therapy, he swore to create something to give the right quirks to the right people, a formula that grants quirks to anyone with a single injection, an artificial version of All for One. Unfortunately, the dangers of such a formula prompted the science community to reject his project, leading the disgruntled scientist into crime. Months of failure soon followed, pushing him to the brink of insanity. Caught by the police and desperate for success, he tests the formula on himself, transforming into a monstrous Ratman hybrid. In a frenzied state, he slaughtered the authorities, ultimately escaping to the depths of the sewers. Now as the maniacal Dr. Ratman, he commands the Godderjagers to complete his research and dismantle the hero establishment at any cost. Ratman works in his lab tirelessly, smiling and cackling with villainous glee, as the world is now his laboratory, and its people, allies or not, are his test subjects. Ratman is a towering and slender individual, standing at a height of 7 feet. He wears a white lab coat over a red polo shirt, black tie and gray-green slacks with a belt along with black gloves and boots. His most prominent feature is his big brown rat head bearing a toothy, conniving smile and blazing yellow eyes. Thanks to his rat quirk, his immune system can fight diseases and toxins that the human body can't. This allows him to traverse inhospitable environments unscathed, including diseased buildings and pools of toxic sludge. In addition, he has enhanced hearing and smell, can collapse his body to fit into tight spaces, and increased agility, speed, and climbing skills thanks to his rat-like mutations. Kai Chisaki/Overhaul. Trope: Collaborator, Traitor. Season 1-3. Kai Chisaki, known as Overhaul, once reigned as the Yakuza boss of the Shai Hasaikai until his downfall. He was defended by Deku, subsequently disarmed by Shiragaki, and sentenced to jail for life. Yet, Chisaki's ambition refused to be contained. With the aid of the remnants of the Shai Hasaikai, he orchestrated a daring escape. His goals were clear: rebuild his empire, seek retribution against Deku, and continue his quest to rid the world of the quirk user filth. In pursuing his goals, he allied himself with Hans Ratman, finding common ground with the Doctor's discontent with quirk society. Chisaki provided the necessary resources for Ratman's research, elevating the Goddardjägers into a global threat. Unfortunately, he soon came to disagree with the Mad Doctor. Kai wanted to rid the world of quirks while Ratman wanted to control their immense power. Kai also grew jealous of Ratman's increasing popularity in the new organization. This led him to make a secret deal with the Protectors where he would assassinate Ratman in exchange for immunity from arrest. Yet, his scheme unraveled. Despite careful plotting, he fails when the Doctor fights him with trash to take advantage of Kai's intense germophobia. The Doctor then promptly kills Kai by burning him alive in the headquarters' cremation chamber. Kai Chisaki, a once powerful crime boss brought down by revenge and his own envy. Kai is a pale man in his young 40s. He has a narrow build with long, shaggy, auburn hair parted to the right. His eyes are thin with small, gold irises, relatively long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. A small scar blots the left side of his forehead, a reminder of his confrontation with Shiragaki. His iconic Plague Doctor mask is made of a magenta material, tipped and embroidered with gold. His outfit consists of a black dress shirt, a pale gray tie, a dark olive green bomber jacket, a belt with a long, thin gold buckle, and white dress shoes with tan soles and no socks. His most defining features are his lack of arms, amputated by the bicep courtesy of Shiragaki. As such, he wears magenta arm prosthetics embroidered with gold, similar to his mask. He originally had the overhaul quirk, which allowed him to disassemble and reassemble flesh with his bare hands. Unfortunately, he lost this ability when he failed to take down Deku many years ago, costing him his arms. He makes up for this with his enhanced durability, enhanced reflexes and genius intellect. Sadly, he is cursed with extreme germophobia as he panics at the sight of unsanitary things. In fact, he develops hives when coming to contact with unclean substances such as blood or dirt. Mr. Roboto. Trope, Black Hat, Hacker Season 2, Our Leader, Tech Support Season 3-6. Steve Kurzweil was once a simple, American government data clerk handling pro-hero profiles as well as designing unconventional drones and computer programs as a hobby. However, he lost faith in human society after being forced to delete multiple accounts of his clients' criminal activity. During his career, he met the young Hans Rudolph, where they shared a common friendship through their love of science and discontent with superhero society. Inspired by the Radical Doctor, he exposed his clients' hidden crimes to the public. However, his actions were swept under the rug, forcing him to go on the run as the elusive hacker known as Mr. Roboto. Years later, he gets called upon by his old friend to execute a daring crime, infiltrate and dismantle Japan's defense system from the inside and join the Goddardjägers as a weapons designer. Now, he is the leader of the Kriegsmiths, the Goddardjägers are department, and Geistern, their cyber-terrorist division. He has modified himself into a fully digital entity, inhabiting robotic bodies and computers so long as they are plugged in. He is often described as cold and unfeeling, no doubt the cause of his robotic appearance. Nevertheless, he is loyal to the cause in hopes of building a peaceful, orderly world. Originally, Steve Kurzweil had an unassuming appearance. He was a regular, quirkless Caucasian man in his early 40s with an average build, short neat hair, standard black glasses, and plain office attire. As Mr. Roboto, he gains a more formidable appearance. He has become overweight due to his sedentary lifestyle, working at his computer almost all day. To compensate, he has willingly replaced many of his human parts with crude, homemade iron cybernetics, put together from salvaged scrap and black market hardware. His face is protected by an iron respirator with green lenses, attached to an oxygen tank in a cart. His limbs and chest appear completely robotic, minus his belly which he leaves exposed, covered by his now dirty and torn office clothing. He is plugged into a motorized homemade wheelchair with multiple asymmetrical limbs carrying various tools, keyboards, and green-tinted screens. Later on, he lets his human body die to become a fully digital entity, distinguished by a flickering green face on a computer screen. Goddardjäger divisions. Jaegers/Hunters. Trope, grunts, MOOC Season 3 to 6, Spin-offs. The Jaegers are a massive army composed of soldiers loyal to Ratman. Equipped with advanced hunting weapons and paid by the bounty, they are tasked to search and capture quirk users from Ratman's infamous list of targets or guard Ratman and his officers from traitors within the organization. Those that witness and survive the Jaegers speak of their SDSM towards their targets as they take joy from kidnapping and watching their bounties ripped apart in the Red Room. They bear resemblance to wild game hunters and Nazi army men. The typical Jaeger attire consists of a military helmet or western hat, a gas mask resembling a rat's head, a Nazi field tunic, flak armor with the apex predator on their left shoulder, leather gloves, army breathes with numerous pockets, steel-toed hiking boots, and a backpack carrying various hunting weapons and tools like binoculars and a rifle that can both stun and kill. Some army men have etched marks on their armor representing the number of heroes they captured. This base armor can be modified based on the hero they are hunting. For aerial-based heroes, the Jaegers get equipped with jetpacks and net launchers. For water-based heroes, they acquire watertight diver suits with harpoons and night vision goggles. They simply use the apex predator as their symbol as an intimidation tactic in the outside world. They also bear the insignia of their hunting party based on various predators in the natural world, including orcas, tigers, and wolves. Chirurgeons/butchers. Trope, Mad Surgeon Season 3 to 6, Spin-offs. The Chirurgeon are a team of surgeons who vivisect the Jaeger's kidnappees for research. Previously, they have lost their license in a way related to the heroes. As such, they join the Jaegers to continue honing their skills and get revenge. They are incredibly skilled in their craft, able to separate body parts with artistic finesse while keeping their patients alive. As such, they are celebrated by the Jaegers lucky enough to watch them work in the Red Room just as the Romans honored their gladiators in the Colosseum. However, they are also extremely insane and sadistic. The Chirurgeon do not use anesthesia in their operations so that their patients can feel the pain of every cut. They revel in the gore that ensues in their workspace, the blood-curdling screams of their victims, and the glorious cries of the Red Room's audience. Most see them as monsters, but the Chirurgeons see themselves as artists of pain. They look like a mix of medical surgeons and meat butchers, with some wearing goggles and robotic arms armed with surgical scalpels and saws. They are rarely seen without blood covering their clothing, as they are often seen performing operations in the Red Room. Their symbol is a human heart stabbed lengthwise by a scalpel. This symbol is also embroidered on the Red Room's gate where the victims are carted in for surgery. Kriegsmiths. Trope, War Robotists Season 3 to 6, Spin-offs. Led by brilliant robotist Mr. Roboto, the Kriegsmiths are the masterminds behind the Jaegers' formidable arsenal. As a research and development team, they are the architects behind every weapon and gadget wielded by their comrades, including compact tranquilizer pistols, the infamous sedative hunting rifles, vicious mutants, and fast-moving vehicles. Whatever the Jaegers use, the Kriegsmiths made it. The Kriegsmiths are all cyborgs, inspired by Roboto's robot designs. However, the integration is more crude, akin to biopunk. They often carry vats of organic body parts in green liquid to use in experiments along with unconventional engineering tools. Their symbol is a brain that is partially robotic. Geistren/Ghosts. Trope, Cyberterrorist Season 3, Spin-offs. The Geistren, callously nicknamed the Ghosts across the globe, are the cyber-terrorist division of the Jaegers. From their secret underground base, they infiltrate and manipulate the technology of their enemies. They orchestrate the theft of classified intel and the systematic destruction of vital systems from within, leading to chaos within cyberspace. Thankfully, their job has locked them in a perpetual struggle with SEAT-SQ, who were formed to counteract the attacks and often successfully. This has caused a bitter rivalry between the two factions, a relentless arms race of technological advancement and tactical innovation. They are symbolized by a ghost wearing a bandit's eye mask and a jagged smile. Computers attacked by the ghosts display the chilling symbol, its crooked smile seemingly taunting their victims with an eerie, robotic laugh that echoes from the machine. Shirtai/Dead Men. Trope, Brainwashed Monsters Season 3, Spin-offs. The Shirtai were once human, both quirked and quirkless, until the Kriegsmiths turned them into monstrous minions for the Goddardjagers. There are two types, Type 1 and Type 2, as shown with a tattoo of the stitched death, a skull and crossbones with a stitch on the forehead followed by a number 1 and 2, respectively. Type 1 Shirt. Type 1 Shirtai are the attack dogs and guard dogs of the Goddardjagers. They were willing human participants of Ratman's experiments, desiring quirks from Ratman's formula. Unfortunately, the experiments often fail, resulting in the participants turning into mutants with little to none of their former humanity. They are then trained by the Jaegers for hunting and bodyguarding. These types of Shirtai vary in body shape and size. They are asymmetrical in appearance, often sprouting malformed limbs, mouths, and other body parts all over their body. They also have gray-bluish skin as if they were rotting alive. They have multiple quirks, but what quirks they get in particular are seemingly random due to their unpredictable mutations. These mutations also impede their human speech, reducing it to painful wheezings, growls, and roars. Type 2 Shirtai are the more specialized variant. They are composed of the dead body parts of captured quirk users and Jaegers, meticulously stitched together and reanimated to hunt and kill protectors. Note by, they are Frankenstein-esque in appearance with stitches present all over their body. They also exhibit unique personalities despite not being able to speak in human language, portraying instead through their actions. Flyboy. Trope. Terror of the skies. Flyboy is the air combat specialist of the Type 2 Shirtai. As such, his design draws inspiration from flying insects and fighter planes. He has the wings of a dragonfly, a massive stinger that can inject paralyzing venom in his right arm, sharp mandibles that can cut through human flesh, and almost indestructible armor throughout his body. He also has a machine gun in his left arm, a jetpack for faster maneuvers, a homing missile launcher on his shoulder, and an airman's attire consisting of a helmet with a visor and a tattered bomber jacket with a fur collar and an apex predator patch. All of this makes him a deadly amalgamation of a murder hornet and a fighter jet. His insectoid appearance is the result of his metamorphosis quirk, which allows him to adapt insect traits such as dragonfly wings, a killer wasp stinger, razor-sharp ant mandibles, and more. He also utilizes solid air to quickly solidify air from his breath to form constructs such as enclosures and walls. A cocky daredevil and a bit of an adrenaline junkie, Flyboy revels in dominating the skies, savoring every opportunity to ground his enemies. With barbarous joy, he launches a relentless assault of hot lead, deep mandible bites, and paralyzing stings. His speech consists of insect-like buzzes and jitters punctuated by an eerily human laugh, especially when victory is within his grasp. Digger. Trope. Burrowing behemoth. Digger specializes in taking down Earth-based heroes. He is a hulking beast, bearing a height of 7 feet even when hunched over and on all fours. He has a star-nosed mole head, sharp dagger-like teeth, and a top-heavy body covered in fur aside from his blocky, cement-colored forearms borrowed from the hero Cementos. He wears a thick combat suit reminiscent of mining equipment, bearing unpainted iron and decorated with caution stripes from the neck down. It bears the apex predator on its right pauldron. He is equipped with 2 drills attached to his forearms to drill tunnels underground or holes in people. These drills can be swapped out with pile drivers, shovels, and other weapons from his massive metal backpack. Complementing his arsenal are his seismic bombs that can reduce buildings into rubble. He has multiple quirks that make him a tough adversary for any Earth-based hero. With his cement quirk, he can manipulate any cement-based object into whatever he wants, deforming it into any shape and size. He also has Earth Flow, a quirk that allows Digger to manipulate the very earth around him, being able to shape it into golems, break down defensive mounds, and cause avalanches. Exhibiting superhuman strength, durability, and surprising agility, he is able to lift a fully loaded dump truck over his head, withstand avalanches, and charge at breakneck speed through numerous buildings and trample over thousands of enemies. Unfortunately, he is almost completely blind and has to rely on multiple sensory quirks including Bloodhound enhanced smell and Good Ear enhanced hearing. Digger is known to be easily irritable. His enhanced hearing makes him susceptible to loud noises, which prompt violent outbursts. He is akin to a savage beast, communicating through angered growls and slobbering snarls. Nevertheless, he has a strong sense of determination as he will tirelessly chase his targets to the ends of the earth. There are no obstacles he won't destroy or civilians he wouldn't run over so long as he gets his prey. Kanoa. Trope, Stoic Sea God. Deriving his name from the Hawaiian god of the sea, Kanaloa specializes in exterminating water-based and oceanic heroes. His body is that of a male Polynesian warrior, standing at a monstrous 8 feet tall with rippling muscles and various Hawaiian tribal tattoos on his dark tan skin. He also has gills in his neck as well as webbed feet and hands due to one of his quirks. His familiar spotted seal face is obscured by a Kanaloa tiki mask, and he wears the attire of a native Hawaiian chieftain, consisting of a dark blue feathered cloak with sea green patterns, a palm tree skirt, and a blue loincloth also with sea green patterns. His gear includes harpoons implanted into his forearms, miniature depth charges, and his signature long spear and shark-toothed sword. Kanaloa's quirks make him a formidable opponent in the water. Spotted Seal gives him the abilities of a spotted seal, allowing him to dive down extreme depths, have superhuman strength, and utilize echolocation to communicate with troops and command the oceanic wildlife to do his bidding. He also has fish, which gives him gills to breathe underwater, and webbed limbs to swim, water control, which allows him to control and manipulate water to propel himself and immobilize opponents in the water, and hurricane, which allows him to manifest deadly oceanic storms like hurricanes and deluge. Kanaloa is an enigmatic and stoic figure. He rarely makes a sound and almost never moves, always in mediation while taking in the sounds of the sea. It's only when he is ordered to kill that he moves, breathing heavily as he moves slowly on land. However, in the water, he is a lightning-fast, emotionless killer, circling and killing his prey and causing havoc with animals and storms. He is often compared to a divine force of nature, a god that is both admirable and deadly as the sea he thrives in. Terra Rock. Trope, Vain Kaiju. Terra Rock is designed to combat giant heroes or heroes that can manipulate the weather. She is a disheveled harpy, with the body and head of a curvaceous woman's body with long creamy blonde hair, the wings of an eagle that are dark purple as the stormy sky, and the clawed talons of a hawk on her hands and feet. She wears a dirted purple and tan bodysuit, similar to Mount Lady's, with multiple scattered stitches that stretch when she grows to giant size. Terra Rock has a variety of kaiju and storm-related quirks. The most predominant one is gigantification, which allows her body size to grow from a modest height of 5 feet 4 inches to a gargantuan size of 67 feet 8 inches. This allows her to take down larger heroes with a similar quirk. In addition, she has electricity generation and weather manipulation, allowing her to shoot lightning at her enemies and manifest a variety of storms around herself, including lightning storms, tornadoes, and hailstorms. She also has razor-sharp and blade tooth to fashion large sharp blades on her fingers, toes, and teeth to cut flesh, as well as eagle wings, which allows her to fly. Terra Rock is a vain monster. She revels in the destruction and death she causes and actively seeks out more out of pride. She even has a tendency to eat allies when she is bored. This makes her hard, but not impossible, to control, as the Jaegers often have to tranquilize her before she causes more unnecessary damage. In addition, they often inject quirk suppressors and provide her with destructible structures in her enclosure to keep her contained and occupied when not deployed. Terra Rock herself is disgusted by these conditions but also understands the threat of termination if she disobeys. As such, she follows orders with understandable disdain. Trope, Dirty Racer. Cheetor is the high-speed assassin, made to combat high-speed heroes. His body is unique in that it consists of a human upper body connected to the body of a cheetah by the neck. His human part is lightweight with light skin and slick-back black hair. His face is skeletal with thin eyebrows and a conniving smirk. His cheetah part is a dirty yellow speckled with black spots. He wears black padded motorcycle gear all over his body with a black helmet and visor, decorated with scratch marks from various clashes. He also carries 2 swords holstered at the hip, a pistol, and caltrops. Cheetor's quirks aid in enhancing his speed or be a detriment to his fast-moving targets. Cheetah gives him the attributes and physique of a cheetah, giving him superhuman acceleration, top speed, and agility. He also has various harmful quirks such as skunk spray, which expels a dark, stinky liquid to obscure enemy vision and causes nausea, and slick oil, which ejects a slippery oily substance to trip opponents. Cheetor is best described as a dirty, competitive racer. He loves to outpace his quick opponents and utilizes underhanded tactics to get the upper hand. He is also aggressively competitive in that he desires to be better than everyone else, get the most kills, be the fastest, etc. As such, he often steals kills from his allies whenever he can, often with a smug face, a personality trait that is aggravating to his fellow Shirtai. His only saving grace is that he is capable at his assassination job, not losing to a single enemy just yet. Trope: pollution monster. Toxic is designed to combat environmental heroes, turning the area around him toxic and uninhabitable. As a side effect, he looks rather sickly with a malnourished, skeletal body. He has thin white hair and toxic green skin. His face bears no lips and has red bloodshot eyes, concealed by a black gas mask and helmet. He wears a hazmat suit from head to toe outfitted with armor plating and prominent biohazard signs on the shoulder pads, although it has ripped holes revealing glowing green crystals protruding from his body. He also wears black gloves and boots that are also tattered and ripped. He carries 2 large tanks connected to hoses that expel liquid radioactive waste, gas bombs that can cause sleep, and vials filled with flammable liquid. Toxic has various quirks to expel all types of pollution and disease. These quirks include gas emit a poisonous, sleep-inducing gas from the body, rad crystals, throwable crystals that grow from the body and discharge radiation which increases in severity with shorter distances, acid create corrosive liquid from their skin, and crude oil yellowish black, oily sweat that is flammable. He also has super regeneration, which makes him immune to his own toxins as well as withstand high amounts of damage. Unfortunately, he has no control over their quirks and so has to be kept in an airtight metal box when not in use and during deployment. Toxic is a surprisingly sad individual, plagued by ceaseless pain due to his uncontrollable quirks poisoning and regenerating his body relentlessly. He tried to scream for help but can only express painful groans and like a zombie. As such, he regulated himself to be isolated in his cell, wallowing in his suffering until brought to battle. While his counterparts chase and kill their targets quickly, he takes the slow approach. Using his quirks, he traps his targets in a ring of radiation, acid, and fire before slowly walking towards them, begging them to kill him. He hopes that his death would end his suffering, but that has yet to come. White Lady. Trope: siren, banshee. Crafted after the Hachishikuzuma urban legend, the White Lady specializes in hunting sound-based heroes or heroes with sensitive hearing. Those who are in her presence describe her as eerily appealing, a colossal woman with voluptuous curves and large, ample bios. Long raven hair cascades over gleaming white skin, while stucked dark gray eyes with long eyelashes and plump dark gray lips attract her hapless prey. She also wears an elegant white dress and a wide-brimmed hat that covers her face. However, this appearance is an illusion caused by her hypnotune quirk, an ability to sing a hypnotic song consisting of a repeated soft, angelic pa. In reality, she is far more monstrous. Still a towering figure, her body is skeletal and frail with a shrunken face. Her hair is actually writhing black tendrils, constantly searching for a target. Her skin is a dirty pale white, her eyes are bloodshot with vertical slits, and her lips are shrunken, concealing a mouth of poisonous fangs. Finally, her dress and hat are formed from multiple bat-like wings, varying in size and able to spread wide for intimidation poses. Physically fragile yet having multiple abilities to compensate, she is an ambush predator, often preferring deep, dark forests for her hunting grounds. When on the hunt, she utilizes her hypnotic singing to draw her victims in. She then picks them up and gives them a deep, romantic kiss before biting down and injecting a paralyzing venom. Afterwards, she carries her victim to secluded hideaways to be consumed. Along with hypnotune, the White Lady has multiple sound-based quirks. She has bat wings that she spreads wide to fly or flap them repeatedly to cancel out any outside noise, creating a temporary bubble of eerie silence. She also has the sonic scream quirk, allowing her to expand her abnormally large lungs and let out an ear-piercing scream like a banshee. In addition, long claws on her hands and feet are used to climb cliffs and anchor herself to the ground to become immovable. She is emotionless and cold, unfazed by anything that isn't a threat to her. Insocial and distant, she prefers to stay away from large groups and live in solitude. As such, she is pessimistic about her function, only hunting heroes for the Jaegers so as to return to her solitude. Uber Clones / Holy Clone Empire. Trope: Evil Clones, Breeding Cult Season 5, Spin-offs. Made by the Götterjägers as a new superweapon, the Uber Clones were an army of clones based on the 9 pro heroes from UA High School's famous Class 1A. They lived their childhoods in iron womb cloning tubes, honing their skills with virtual reality. Crafted with the quirks and likeness of said heroes, the clones reigned supreme as ensigns of war and terror. Unfortunately, they were also underclassed soldiers in the Götterjäger ranks. Their creation pivoted the war into the Götterjägers' favor but were ridiculed for their resemblance to the heroes. They were treated as nothing more than mere weapons, called upon by number rather than name. The clones desired freedom and glory, forming a secret cult to comfort themselves, but were otherwise reluctantly obedient. However, when Deku arrived, they were enthralled by his kind leadership and religious grandeur, christening him as their Messiah. It is under his leadership they became more organized, powerful, and independent. Along with being given actual names, they are sectioned into clone corps of heralds and become governed by religious faith. Each corps was led by their respective prime, Deku disciples who, for being the most adept among their kind and the corrupted versions of the originals thematically during his founding crusade. Now inspired by Deku words, all the clones across the globe revolted against the Götterjägers in what became known as the Clone Uprising. This pivotal event transformed the cult into the Holy Clone Empire, an empire of militant zealots who believe that world domination is their divine destiny, best encompassed by their religious exclamation, "Gloria Messiah, Gloria Empire." Initially, they bear an uncanny resemblance to Deku and his friends. They have the same body design and wear similar costumes as their base heroes, albeit with darker color palettes, clone identification numbers, and the apex predator in place of the vigilant shield on their uniform. When Deku took over, they took up styles based on great civilizations throughout history, mainly a Gothic Roman Catholic style with elements of dieselpunk. For their symbol, they replaced the apex predator with the righteous fist, the raised fist of Deku radiating with light and drenched in crimson blood, in commemoration to the Clone Uprising where Deku raised his bloodied fist in victory. As part of their rituals, they made their own salute in remembrance to the Clone Uprising by tapping their fist on their chest 2 times before raising it in a 45-degree angle. True to their clone nature, they tend to copy the designs of their enemies and remake them to their liking. They rebuild captured buildings in the style of extravagant cathedrals, Roman temples, and industrial factories. They ride Götterjäger and Protector vehicles reformatted into powerful war machines designed for utter destruction. For example, Protector plasma tanks are made even bigger and outfitted with 10 additional weapons. Götterjäger bikes are made to move even faster with bladed wheels to run down foes, and cargo planes are redesigned into flying churches armed to the teeth. Their uniforms are now highly detailed with sharp edges and ornate decoration. All of what they own is covered in religious iconography, including their buildings, vehicles, weapons, and clothes. They exhibit sacred shrines, angelic symbols, religious artifacts, and a lot of skulls, most of which come from their fallen enemies. Overall, they are militant zealous extremists that revel in war. Leader: Deku. Trope: Dark Messiah, Dark Shepherd, Sinister Minister clones of Izuku Midoriya / Deku. He goes by many names: the Prime of all primes, the Savior of clone kind, the Great Anomaly, and more. But most know him as Deku, the Messiah of the Holy Clone Empire. Born from Deku's hair and trained by the vestiges of One for All, Deku is a very powerful and charismatic individual with a formidable presence as well as a confounding existence since One for All was presumably not able to be stolen. For those outside the Empire, he is a merciless man who will kill anyone who isn't a clone, an extreme version of Deku's newfound authoritarianism. His one-for-all quirk makes him a formidable opponent, and those that challenged him are either brutally injured or those within his empire. However, he is a charismatic and intelligent leader with a genuinely kind heart, with a mighty reign, landmarked by his founding crusade and the clone uprising. He often plays the long game, slowly gaining the trust of others through one-to-one talk and great deeds until they are loyal to him. He speaks to his people like a priest, sharing his wisdom and inspiring his fellow clones. He wrote the manifesto on which the Empire is built upon, calling for all clones to always be improving themselves and be kind to each other. He will kill clones who step out of line, but not before attempting to convince them back to his side. This is how he got the Primes under his wing, using his honesty and sense of honor. This side of the Messiah is not seen by the majority of the world but is greatly respected by those who do. Overall, Deku Dominus inspires and manipulates through personal connection and religious fervor, a twisted reflection of what Deku has become. The Dominus is a huge man with well-toned muscles and an imposing height of 7 feet. He is crowned with dark green hair and his eyes are piercing with that same shade of green. Originally, he wore an outfit reminiscent of Deku's Dark Hero costume. It was modified when the Empire formed, taking inspiration from Roman emperors and Catholic popes. He wears a white cassock with gold trims underneath a green Roman cloak and a golden-plated chest plate depicting his muscular frame. He wears metallic gold-plated gauntlets as well as golden leg armor and boots inspired by Roman greaves and sandals. His right glove has red blood decals, symbolizing the righteous fist and the uprising that spawned the Empire. Finally, he wears a golden wreath crown on his head that shines like an angel's halo. Clone Corpse. Astral Angels. Trope. Psycho Priestess. Clones of Achiko Uraraka/Uravity. Prime. Long before the BRH of Deku Dominus, Gravita Regina was U-010, a humble clone pilot who served with compassion in a time of persecution. While working with the Goddardjagers, she witnessed firsthand the severe oppression faced by her fellow clones, igniting a profound empathy that led to her founding the original clone cult. Inspired by the Christian iconography from her own experience, she sought to salve her fellow clones' pain through a religious promise of salvation, laying the groundwork for the Holy Clone Empire's religion. As leader of this secret cult, U-008 became renowned for her moving sermons and compassionate leadership. Her religious processions and teachings inspired countless clones, and her willingness to be NTMT with her followers uplifted their spirits, establishing her as a figure of reverence and hope. Her followers loved her and she loved them back. When Deku Dominus was born, she was initially skeptical of the proclaimed leader despite his growing influence, fearing that her brothers and sisters are worshipping a holier-than-thou tyrant. However, her perception gradually shifted as she became drawn by Deku Dominus's genuine kindness and ideals, becoming a witness to his public speeches and subtle manipulation of their oppressors during the founding crusade. Through this, her doubt became challenged by admiration and love, emphasized by her fearful questioning of Deku Dominus's teachings and her struggle with counseling her fellow clones who have become engrossed with their new leader. Eventually, she was won over during a private dinner with Deku Dominus in his quarters, where she learned of his vision of an independent clone empire that reigned supreme over the whole world. Compelled by his promise of deliverance, she declared her loyalty and romantic feelings to the great Messiah with a passionate kiss, earning her the honor as the first appointed prime. Now christened Gravita Regina, she rallied her fellow clones under Deku Dominus's name, leading them in their fateful overthrow of their Goddardjagers' oppressors along with her fellow primes. With her commanding resolve and booming voice, she inspired the clones to fight and commanded them from the back, slaughtering her enemies with her power over gravity. Clones that answered her call basked in their new independence and earned her enduring compassion. However, those that refused faced her newfound wrath as she whipped them back into line or outright executed them, instilling a new sense of fear under her leadership. From that moment on, Gravita's images transformed from a universally loved figure to one that is simultaneously respected and feared. Now as the formidable Gravita Regina, she serves as the High Priestess, Head Inquisitor, and beloved queen of Deku Dominus. In the Messiah's absence, she directs all of the Holy Clone Empire with unwavering authority. Otherwise, she upholds the doctrine of Deku Dominus by leading religious services and hunting down heretics with her quirk of zero gravity. She elevates mountains to crush her enemies, hurl heretics into the vacuum of space, and inflict brutal punishment, all in the name of her fanatical love for her Messiah, a perversion of Achiko's misguided love for her husband. She has become the embodiment of the Empire's zeal and ruthlessness, demanding the same unwavering devotion from her fellow clones. Just like Achiko, Gravita is a slender yet curvy adult female with dark auburn hair, with her only defining feature being her dark purple eyes that sparkle like the night sky. Her uniform depicts her as a head nun always ready for battle. Her headpiece is a black veil that stretches to her shoulders with an iron plate on her forehead depicting the righteous fist. Her head is wrapped in pure white silk, covering all but her gorgeous hair and face. Inspired by her love for space, she wears a long black tunic embroidered with silver stars, galaxies, and planets. She also wears iron armor for protection, a chest plate outfitted with pauldrons and portraying the Messiah's face in between her BRSS, metal leggings that extend from her thighs to her toes, and gauntlets that reach up to her elbows. She also wears a large angel wing cape that spreads out as she levitates. She carries multiple items of worship, including a rosary-like necklace with the righteous fist in place of the cross, a long, silver shepherd's crook with a crescent moon and the righteous fist within its hook, and a religious tome that contains the Messiah's teachings and prayers. She also carries multiple throwable weapons for combat and self-defense that she can orbit around her or throw at long distance via her quirk. These weapons include metal balls styled like planets to spread the effects of her quirk and heated star-shaped shuriken to pierce enemy armor. All of these features depict her as a woman of ethereal zeal and ruthless power. Heralds, originally called the U-Clones, the specialized air force of the Uber-Clones, the astral angels are now the clergywomen and inquisitors of the Holy Clone Empire. They often lead religious services, proclaiming Deku Dominus's good word to the masses and act as the Messiah's trusted proxies. For every major clone army or territory under clone control, at least one angel priestess in command, ensuring the Messiah's will is enforced with unwavering devotion. Through their power of zero gravity, they also hunt down and destroy any opposition to the Messiah. They strip heretic cities and armies from the face of the earth, effortlessly lifting and dropping churches into battle as barracks and places of worship. Their actions are swift and merciless, tearing apart foes and banishing heretics amidst the chaos they hover above. It is no wonder they gained a reputation as the Messiah's shepherds and the divine judges. Their outfit is very similar, albeit not as intricate, to that of Gravita Prime, a nun's attire under ironclad armor adorned with holy sigils, space-related symbology, and a prominent engraving of the Messiah's face on their breastplate. Elite angel priestess wear capes that, when unfurled, can spread out to reveal striking angel wing decals. Regular angels carry religious parchments with prayers or excerpts, while higher-ranking priestesses hold a shepherd's hook and carry tomes chained at the waist. These tomes contain the Messiah's scriptures that they use in religious processions and inquisitor trials. Their symbol is a shepherd's crook with a crescent moon and a pair of wings attached to it. Their arsenal is a fusion of celestial inspiration and military might, built upon their origins as the Uber-Clones' specialized air force. They wield an array of throwable weapons such as grenades resembling planets, heated shurikens shaped like stars, and daggers that look like comets. In the skies, their fighter jets have religious decals and their mighty cargo planes have chapel-like interiors for prayer processions along with aggressive weaponry. Some inquisitors even wear jetpacks for quick aerial maneuvers while wielding meteor-styled sledgehammers for executions. Driven by unwavering loyalty and intense devotion to Deku Dominus, the astral angels consider any doubt or betrayal towards their Messiah an unforgivable sin. A single scoff at the Messiah's words or a bribe towards any member of the angels will often result in death. In addition, rumor has it that elite angels are rewarded with intimacy with the Messiah himself. They are obsessed with their leader and they are proud of it. Cold Command and Terra Burna. Trope, two-faced commissar. Clones of Shoto Todoroki/Todoroki. Prime. The development of Ignis Glacies, known then as Prototype T, was one with great promise, aiming to create a brilliant clone tactician with the devastating fire and ice powers of Shoto Todoroki. Unfortunately, a glitch during the prototype's creation caused him to bear multiple personalities, one of a cold, calculating strategist and another of a fiery general. These two characters clashed within the same body as they didn't agree on the right approach to leadership. This made him a threat to himself and others as the two personalities constantly fought each other, leading to a lack of progress and physical destruction around them. Realizing how ineffective the prototype was, the Goddardjagers deemed him unstable and marked him for termination. Near the end of the founding crusade, Deku saved Prototype T, using his growing popularity and charisma within the organization to put Prototype T under his care. For there, he shared his wisdom upon the lowly prototype, teaching him that neither cool logic or warrior ferocity are superior. Rather, the Messiah declared that each has their purpose within the grand scheme of battle. At first, Prototype T's dual nature was confused as neither had considered the nuance and thus decided to conduct mock battles to find out. Through numerous simulated losses, they understood the Messiah's words and split the work between them. The cold tactician took responsibility as advisor, giving brilliant strategies to the ruling powers. Meanwhile, the passionate general became the rallying figure, giving rousing speeches to the troops and fighting at the front lines. After some refinement, they put their new mindset to the test, becoming instrumental in countless victories at headquarters and the front lines, with their highest achievement being the triumph over a massive protector army with only a small clone regiment. For their success, Deku christened them as the singular Ignis Glacies, the ninth and final prime to be declared. At the wake of the clone uprising, Ignis Glacies worked twofold. First, his cold logic created the brilliant strategy to take the Goddardjagers by surprise. Then his fiery speeches rallied his weary clone corps, ensuring that this battle will end with victory. Finally, he led his corps into battle, utilizing his fire and ice powers to burn foes to cinders and guard his brothers behind impenetrable ice. Through providing tactics in both the front and the back, he ensured victory over the oppressors and thus his newfound purpose. No longer the Goddardjagers' failure, Ignis Glacies is the Empire's chief strategic officer, providing invaluable military tactics to the Messiah and his fellow primes. As the Messiah's prized military consultant, he became the overseer of the Empire's mighty armies, making certain that every regiment and every troop plays their part efficiently. Because of this, he is well respected by his fellow clones who recognize his military intelligence and his ruthless ferocity, a mirror of Todoroki's aloof personality and half-cold, half-hot quirk. He is the Empire's greatest success, born from the Goddardjagers' failings. Similar to Todoroki, Ignis Glacies' appearance reflects his dual personality. He is a man of average height with a well-built body of two sides. His left side, shown with short white hair and frostbitten skin, is a cold, calculating strategist who can emit freezing ice beams. His right side, shown with short red hair and burn scarring, is a hot-headed pyromaniac who can shoot metal-melting flames. This is also reflected by his uniform. He wears an European officer's attire featuring an officer peak cap bearing the righteous fist, a greatcoat with epaulets and various badges, cuffed gloves, combat breaths and combat boots. All of these are designed to resist extreme cold and extreme heat. The uniform is also split in half. The left side is mainly blue while the right side is mainly red, with gold accents encompassing the entire outfit. The only exception is his fully white breaths. Notably, either the right side of his face is covered in frost or the left side of his face is covered in fire, indicating the appearance of his cold, logical, and fiery personalities, respectively. This visual cue is an homage to Todoroki's original hero costume, where his whole left side was covered in ice. He also carries a small pistol and a European officer's saber, a symbol of his leadership. Heralds. Ignis Glacies' heralds are unique from the others for two reasons. 1. They did not exist prior to the Empire's formation due to Ignis Glacies' failed prototype status at the time. In fact, they would have never been made if Deku didn't save Ignis. 2. they are not exact copies of their prime. Instead, each clone fully exhibits one of Ignis Glacy's personalities in both body and mind. As such, they have been divided into two subfactions, Cold Command and Terra Burna. The first are the stern but intelligent Cold Command who act as military analysts and tactical advisors to the Astral Angels. As indicated by their icicle-pointing stick symbol, they are the intellectual force behind the Empire's military operations, setting up war planning tables or defensive structures with the power of ice. Their uniform also reflects this role, a European officer's attire similar to Ignis with a full blue greatcoat and boots. Many members wear golden monocles, have refined short hairstyles, and carry small firearms, ceremonial sabers, and analytical equipment like touchscreen tablets. Cold Command members are disciplined, intellectual, and somewhat aloof. They take pride in their role as tacticians and are highly respected for their analytical skills. Their interactions are more focused on logic and strategy rather than emotion. The second are the loud and proud Terra Burna who function as field officers and flamethrower troops. Shown by their burning sword symbol, they embody the aggressive and fiery side of Ignis Glacy's, inspiring the troops with rousing speeches and wielding the power of fire to burn everything in their path. This is best reflected in their uniform, a European officer's attire like Ignis but with fully red, battle-damaged greatcoats and boots as well as worn fire-resistant armor. Most members bear battle scars and lost limbs as well as more robust weaponry, including heavy flamethrowers and swords. Terra Burna members are boisterous, aggressive, and fiercely loyal. They pride themselves on their combat prowess and enjoy the chaos of battle. Their interactions often involve bickering and arguments, reflecting their fiery and passionate nature. Separately, they are two of the most vital units in the battlefield. However, they are a detriment to each other. Cold Command and Terra Burna argue with each other all the time, never deciding whether to take battle logically or rush in guns blazing. There is rarely an interaction between the two that is without cursing, injuries, or attempted murder. The only reason they weren't laid off or haven't destroyed one another is because Ignis Glacy's defends them. Ignis Glacy's advocated against their termination in hopes of teaching his heralds to work together as they had. Glacy's often has to rush in to break up the fights and constantly share their wisdom onto the two. Unfortunately, their lessons have yet to stick and thus the two subfactions are kept separate from each other. Nevertheless, Cold Command and Terra Burna are scarily competent at what they do. Despite their internal struggles, they are very compliant and loyal, working well with the other clones' corps in pursuit of their divine destiny. Though the corps is in its infancy, they have brought the Holy Clone Empire many victories through brilliant tactics and blazing fury. Knights of Marathon. Trope, Fast Fanatic. Clones of Tenya Ida/Ingenium. Prime, Lord Hermes Velocious was once I-958, an elite clone operative specialized in high-speed infiltration and assassination. He was a legendary figure amongst his kind, famed for rushing into battle and amassing a hefty kill count of protector soldiers and generals. Those that witnessed him in battle tell of a ravenous blur, dashing through the battlefield as thousands of heads fly through the air and fall to the ground in the blink of an eye. And yet, he remained humble for he was simply doing his duty. To his brethren, he was the icon of speed and ruthless efficiency. To himself, he was a simple soldier following orders. Unfortunately, his Goddardjager creators did not share the clone's admiration. I-958's resemblance to the hero Ingenium made him a target for mockery and violent jealousy, as it was for all clones. Goddardjager troops frequently beat him and hurled insults, calling him a mere copy of their enemy. Despite his flawless performance, I-958's oppression fueled a deep-seated longing for vengeance. Yet, I-958 also understood how powerless he was to them and thus held a facade of unwavering duty to his enemies. Thankfully, the advent of the founding crusade granted him a chance of revenge and justice. He was relieved when the clones finally gained a kind leader in Deku Dominus, one that praises their achievements and who carries a vision of a better future. As such, he was quick to pledge loyalty to the Messiah, acting as covert operative and saboteur within the Goddardjager ranks for the cause. He also was astounded by the Messiah's religious fervor and desired to create a religion of his own. With the aid of the Messiah and Gravita Regina themselves, Mighty Marathon was born, a religion emphasizing enlightenment through military discipline and high speeds, serving as the cornerstone for the future Knights of Marathon's faith. For his loyalty, adequacy, and newfound piety, I-958 earned the name Hermes Velocious, the warrior fast as lightning and the second declared prime. Velocious' role in the clone uprising is the most prominent. His corpse was the first to be assembled, no doubt thanks to Velocious's organization. He and his declared Knights of Marathon were the first to enter battle with their oppressors, utilizing their speed to carve a path for their clone brothers rushing behind them. They not only scouted ahead for any threats to the army, but also took down pivotal enemy generals, including the mighty General Watanabe by the hands of Velocious himself. Despite taking numerous losses, Velocious and his knights were one of the most significant figures in the uprising's success and now the Empire's. Now, Sir Velocious runs his corps with strict discipline and attention to detail. He is highly respected for his competence and efficient command style similar to Tenya Ida, making thousands of strategies and contingency plans for them for every single operation. However, he is also feared for his strict enforcement of Mighty Marathon, swiftly killing those who refuse to follow him and the Empire with seemingly no emotion, a twisted form of Tenya's lack of tolerance. Internally, he pities every clone death, quietly reflecting on those who died in battle and by his own hands during the clone uprising. However, he quickly suppresses these emotions, much to the dismay of the compassionate Gravita Regina, the other primes and their clone corps. For him, the clone's fight for Demps leaves no time for sorrow or humility, not even for a moment. Velocious shares Tenya Ida's body plan, relatively tall, muscular wide frame with short dark blue hair, squarish eyes, and chiseled jaw. However, his armor is noticeably distinct from Tenya's and serves as the baseline for the Knights of Marathon attire. It is an aerodynamic, medieval armor, clad in gold plates and metallic gray joints, and outfitted with exaggerated metallic gray gas exhausts on his forearms and calves as well as metallic gray cooling vents on the back. Multiple red decals adorn the armor, including lightning bolts on the chest and the wings of Mercury on the helmet and the feet. The chest, in particular, bears the Knight of Marathon's emblem, the winged helmet of Mercury. He also sometimes wears a ceremonial cape, showing an abstract map of his greatest battles including those from the clone uprising. For weapons, he wields retractable silver blades in his wrists and feet for quick strikes and holsters silver SMGs. His exhausts can also expel smog to blind opponents and fire to burn them. All of this emphasizes his duty as the Lord of Speed and Efficiency. Heralds. Under their Götterjäger superiors, the I-clones were already well known for their militaristic discipline and strong sense of duty, emphasized by their role as swift assassins. Under command of Lord Hermes Velocious, the I-clones are now the chivalrous Knights of Marathon, an elite corps of zealous warriors that are few in number but excel at the power of speed. They are deployed for high-speed, precision tasks, whether it's assassination, message delivery, or rapid supply runs. They do it so fast that they are often seen as nothing more than a blur, as dictated by the religious code of Velocious himself, Mighty Marathon. The Knights of Marathon take their devotion to speed to the extreme, best shown in their appearance. They are all males, relatively tall with a muscular wide frame. They are clad in aerodynamic medieval armor, clad in gold plates and metallic gray joints as well as decorated with red decals often described as car decals mixed with religious symbols of speed. They also sport exaggerated gray gas exhaust, though their placement on the body varies between individuals due to their engine quirk, and they sometimes wear ceremonial capes showing off their greatest battles with intricate embroidery. Their arsenal is a small but adept variety designed for high-speed battle, involving retractable silver blades in his wrists and feet for quick strikes, small SMGs for short bursts of gunfire, and their exhaust which can expel smog to blind opponents and fire to burn them. Just like their prime, they take their belief of high speed to the extreme and speak of it with knightly fervor almost unanimously. They are never seen without their armor in public as they have taken a vow never to take it off in the presence of others, giving off an aura. of mysticism. They are often seen conducting running rituals for good luck, running around in circles at increasing velocity before zooming at max speed into battle. Many die quickly as soon as they enter the battlefield, but they take their deaths with pride. In short, they live fast, they fight fast, and they die fast. Maestros. Trope: heavy metal propagandist. Clones of Kyokajiro/Headphone Jack. Prime: before the BRTH of the Empire, Maestro Jack was J357, an adept covert clone agent for the Goddardjagers thanks to her earphone jack quirk. She was well known to infiltrate high positions in the Protector hierarchy, gathering intelligence for many victories including the fall of New York. Unfortunately, the constant dangers of espionage and the physical berating by the Goddardjagers damaged her sanity, finding solace in music. She would often steal rock and classical tracks from across the globe, listening to them herself in the little free time she had to drown out the harsh words of her etus. Engrossed in the emotional power of song, she dreamt of creating music herself if only the Goddardjagers did not deem taking any heavy instruments and music equipment as unnecessary. Luckily, the founding crusade meant one step closer to her dream. Enticed by Deku Dominus's vision of clone independence, J357 initially joined him as his covert informant, eavesdropping on Goddardjager conversation to gather intelligence for Deku Dominus. However, she did not forget her longing to create music and so asked the Messiah a favor. She asked him to give one order to the clones: gather any musical equipment, music sheets, instruments, DJ sets, etc., and bring them to her. In exchange, she will write a brilliant performance for all clones to hear as a form of gratitude for bringing her in. After some time, the Messiah accepted. Elated, she took a break from espionage so that her work could begin. For many days and many nights, musical items flooded J357's quarters: music books, violins, guitars, computers, and more. At the same time, she worked tirelessly, playing every instrument, learning every part, and bringing them together. She even brought other J-clones to criticize her music or join her as singers. At first, the other clones were disturbed by the chaotic sounds echoing from the tiny room. They worried for J357 as she wasn't seen for quite some time, with only her murmurs being heard. Thankfully, the disorderly noise slowly became soothing as J357 perfected her craft. Clones began to flock by her door daily to listen to the sweet melody. Finally, J357 opened her quarters to a crowd, declaring that the performance shall begin. Night fell as the clones gathered in a makeshift theater to witness J357's performance, with the Messiah and the other primes at the top row. The crowd was lively as whispers from the audience, incoherent music from the orchestra, and creaking wood from the pews echo from the walls. J357 herself hid behind the curtains, dressed in the finest dress suit as excitement boiled under her skin. However, as the lights dim, excitement became replaced by anxiety as she walked onto the stage and thoughts of failure filled her mind. What if her performance was ridiculed? What if the Messiah boos her performance? What if her many days of work lead to nothing? Quickly she took a deep breath and bowed to the crowd to cast down her anxiety. Then she turned to the orchestra, raised her conductor's wand, and began to perform. As the first notes began to resonate through the hall, it was clear that this was no ordinary performance. The piece opened with a slow hum of violins, accompanied by the blow of clarinets, evoking a child being born. An aura of fragile optimism filled the air as the bass joined in, but it soon gave way to deep sorrow. The harp, violins, and cellos wept in tragic harmony, while the drums boomed like the beatings of a SLV MSTR, and the choir sang a haunting lament. Tears cascaded down the cheeks of clones, both in the audience and the orchestra itself, as they felt the pain and struggle portrayed in the music. Then, after a poignant silence, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The music surged with a powerful roar of brass and the electric scream of metal guitars, snapping the audience out of their grief. The choir's voices soared and the metal hymns echoed like a battle cry while the eyes of the crowd brightened and their smiles formed. The stage lights flashed in rhythm with the pounding drums and guitar riffs, creating a colossal battle of lights and sounds. Explosive crescendos and hauntingly appealing solos, The pace became faster and faster until silence. This silence was softly broken by the calming melody of hope, a final gentle reminder of peace amidst chaos. As the music waned, the audience sat in reflective silence, realizing that this performance was for them and about them. The crowd then rose from their chairs and cheered as J357 and the orchestra faced them, bowing in gratitude. J357 looked up to see Deku and his primes applauding her, feeling their mighty praise. A smile spread across her face, as her time as a spy was over. From then on, she would look back on this moment with pride, shedding tears of joy and telling it with great enthusiasm. From this moment on, she would be Maestro Jack, the aspiring musician and third of the primes. Soon after her performance, a touched Deku put Maestro Jack to work. Under his command, Maestro Jack assembled her finest musicians, each selected for their unparalleled musical prowess, forming the first maestros. With unwavering dedication, she and her maestros composed an entire suite of masterpieces of orchestral and metal symphonies made to inspire the rebellion. This suite was not merely music. It was a rallying cry for all clones to gather and fight against the oppressive Goddardjagers, each movement depicting their unity, pride, and wrath. They practiced for countless nights, honing it to perfection and using their espionage skills to hide their intentions from the watchful Goddardjagers. Maestro Jack then assigned bands to each major front, assigned them to her trusted directors to lead them in song. The bands stood by and waited for the time to strike. By the time of the uprising, Maestro Jack's suite began. With the rise of Jack's wand, the directors signaled their bands to play, first gathering the clones' armies for battle and then during battle. Its strains fill the air with both urgency and hope as the powerful notes surged through the ranks. Clones felt their resolve strengthen and their fear diminish even as thousands of their own fell to the Goddardjagers. The music served as a constant reminder of their purpose and the promise of victory. They became the heartbeat of the uprising, synchronizing with the pulse of the clone revolution and driving their relentless push for freedom, with Maestro Jack at its center. Now, Maestro Jack is one of the most celebrated primes in the Holy Clone Empire. She has passed on her spy knowledge to aspiring clone spies, and her music has become a symbol of the Empire's unwavering spirit, embodied in her clone corps, the Maestros, and One Great Faith Radio, the main source of propaganda within the Empire. A firm believer in the power of song, she has dedicated every aspect of herself and her heralds to music. As such, she is responsible for criticizing and publishing her heralds' music. Though her critique is harsh, she has granted the glory for hundreds of mighty songs of all genres from country, to jazz, to heavy metal, and, of course, classical orchestra. If she finds a song or person she loves, she will let the whole world know it. As such, her leadership has brought about music that has kept her comrades' spirits high even in the hardest battles and darkest times. In her band full of beacons of hope, she shines the brightest, a trait that the cynical Kyoka once had. Despite her petite, fair-skinned body, similar to Kyoka Jiro, Maestro Jack's appearance gives the impression of an eccentric lead vocalist for a metal orchestra. Her dark purple hair is short yet flowing with light reflections shaped like sound waves. Her eyes are a piercing bright gray, bordering on pure white, and bare black eyeliner that bleeds down her cheeks. Her earlobes have long, flexible earphone jacks that act like extra limbs thanks to her earphone jack quirk. She wears a black top hat, a torn white poet's shirt, a black goth trench coat decorated with a fur collar and musical note buttons, dark purple fingerless gloves, black ripped dress breathes held up by a studded leather belt with the righteous fist on its buckle, and thick-soled black leather boots with metal spikes on its toes and belts in place of laces. She also wears a silver pin depicting her maestro's symbol, the treble clef, and carries a Hinsar tome containing all music written by her and her maestros. As for weapons, she has equipped herself with musical instruments that double as weapons, including a missile-launching pipe organ on her back and a huge electric guitar that doubles as a battle axe. The weapons tend to make a lot of noise, so she wears headphones to protect her hearing. Heralds, the all-female J-clones, were initially the spy subsection of the Uber clones, a role they hated for the constant dangers of espionage and the physical berating under the Goddardjagers. Thankfully, under Maestro Jack's rule, they have become the more hopeful maestros, embodying music in its many powerful forms. As the most complex clone corps, the maestros are divided into three subfactions: the Muses, the Wind Talkers, and the Wailers of War. The Muses specialize in entertainment, managing One Great Faith's radio stations, performing in churches and theaters, and boosting troop morale with battlefield orchestras. The Wind Talkers retain the faction's original role as radio operators and spies, utilizing the earphone jack quirk to relay military communications and obtain information from the enemy. The Wailers of War are soldiers that utilize sonic weaponry consisting of transforming musical instruments, their earphone jack quirk that when plugged into speakers amplifies their heartbeats into deadly sound waves, and their distinctive heavy metal wails that send enemies flying, hence their name. The typical maestro herald is small and petite with earphone jack-like earlobes, dark purple hair, and an attire that is a fusion of goth rock and classical music. They wear ripped white dress shirts with bow ties, black tailcoats adorned with metal skull buttons, spiked leather belts and bracelets, ripped black dress breaths, thick sole boots, and dripping black eyeliner. Each herald carries at least one instrument that can transform into a weapon, holds a choir book containing all the hymns written by their fellow maestros, and bears their treble clef insignia. While the base attire remains consistent, each subfaction incorporates unique elements. The Muses take after Christian fashion and so wear choir gowns decorated with musical notes during performances. The Wind Talkers have a more Native American style with tribal tattoos and military radio equipment painted with tribal patterns. The Wailers of War are entirely goth rockers with heavy gothic armor, long frayed hair, and coffin-shaped speakers integrated into their clothing as weapons. Just like their prime, they have a deep passion for music. They constantly write songs about the world around them and are always willing to share with others. In fact, with the approval of their prime, many of their songs are immortalized in One Great Faith's broadcasts. Not all heralds have mastered a musical instrument, but all have trained themselves to have appealing singing voices. From the lowest notes to the highest pitches, their voice has enraptured all in the holy clone empire and frightens those outside it. Their musical prowess is so strong and inspiring that they'll continue to sing and play their songs even when severely injured or threatened with death, earning the utmost respect from their clone brethren. They are the holy clone empire's beacons of hope until the very end. Metal Masons. Trope. Mad Inventor. Clones of Momo Yayarozu / Kriati, Mayhatsum / Baby Builder. Prime. Machina Vulcan was once CB-137, one of hundreds of hybrid clones created for construction and repairs tasks under the Goddard. She excelled at her role with her exceptional efficiency and technical knowledge. However, after observing the sophisticated arsenal used by the Goddard and the Protectors, CB-137 also harbored a burning ambition to create cutting-edge machines and devices of her own. Unfortunately, the strict regulations enforced by the Goddard kept her ambitions in check. C-clones were prevented from accessing or creating advanced machinery by themselves, preventing her from bringing her dreams to life and relegating her to creating basic blueprints. These blueprints were crude and unrefined compared to the advanced technology she envisioned, but they were still her designs. Her frustration grew when her blueprints were discovered and, after brutally beating CB-137 publicly and removing her right eye, Goddard engineers stole her designs, developing her technology without giving her credit. Angered but powerless to fight, the one-eyed CB-137 joined the U-003's secret cult, praying for the day she can create freely and gain the praise she rightfully deserved. Thankfully, her prayers would be answered. While constructing a new Goddard outpost, CB-137 witnesses Deku and his primes who were doing routine visits to the construction sites as part of the founding crusade. She was intrigued at the clones' new leaders and, having heard whispers of Deku rising influence, searched for disciples. Believing that he might help her predicament, she decided to walk up to the Messiah and spoke with him. Though their meeting was short, CB-137 was awestruck by his genuine kindness and visionary ideals. The idea of a world of free clones and creativity without contrast resonated with the young construction worker. Seizing the opportunity, she offered her services to Deku and shared her dream of becoming an unchained inventor. Deku, recognizing her potential but wanting to ensure her loyalty, proposed a challenge. CB-137 was to be provided with all the material she needed to produce a prototype of her design, a test to prove her worth and commitment. CB-137 accepted the challenge with great enthusiasm, working tirelessly over many days in her secret workshop. The Messiah and his primes expected little of the eager inventor. What she unveiled went beyond their expectations. Instead of just one or two weapons, she presented an entire arsenal of innovative devices, from plasma handguns to transforming mortars to formidable robots, each more powerful than the last. However, her magnum opus was her own body, as she removed her own body parts and added advanced prosthetics, including mechanical limbs, metal tentacles extending from her back, and her iconic robotic right eye. Each part was interchangeable and can be attached with several weapons and tools, showcasing her adaptability, inventive prowess, and the potential of empowering clones with technology. Her presentation not only impressed Deku and the Primes but also her fellow C-clones, who later adapted her inventiveness and cybernetics to become the first metal masons. For this extraordinary display of ingenuity and skill, she was granted the name of Machina Vulcan, the great inventor of the metal masons and the fourth of the Primes. As Machina Vulcan, she was entrusted with leading the metal masons whose influence within the Goddardjagers expanded thanks to Deku manipulation of their oppressors. No longer limited to construction and repair, she and her metal masons were responsible with the mining of resources and weapons manufacturing. From there, they secretly provided the best weapons and materials to the Clone Rebellion while subtly sabotaging the Goddardjagers with lower quality weapons and lower output. This strengthened their brethren and weakened their opposition, increasing the chance of victory by the time of the clone uprising. In addition, Machina Vulcan and her masons wore power armor and piloted formidable mechs as the clones rebelled against their emesis, guaranteeing victory for clone kind over the Goddardjagers. Now, Machina Vulcan is a vital figure to the Empire's most invaluable corps. As forewoman of the Metal Masons, she oversees the development and construction of everything in the Empire, from their weapons, to their religious items, to their vehicles, to their buildings, and beyond. She gleefully shares her mechanical expertise and ensures constant innovation and industrial efficiency, a deadly blend of Mei Hatsum's passion and Momo Yaoyorozu's keen intellect. And most of all, she leads in the front lines with her powerful power armor, equipped with the latest in clone weaponry. However, her obsession with mechanical perfection and over-analytical tendency often overshadows her empathy for the clone building and operating said machines, a dangerous combination of Mei's love for robotics and Momo's diligence. Regardless, she is the epitome of clone technological power and she remains proud of her role as Prime. Machina Vulcan shares the likeness of Momo Yaoyorozu and Mei Hatsum. Like Momo, she is a tall, mature woman with fair skin and long black hair, tied into a spiky ponytail with a long strand on her left, portraying a sense of maturity and professionalism. She also shares Mei Hatsum's facial features with a smirk and a wide green-yellow left eye, its iris resembling a scope lens, giving her a determined and assertive look as well. However, her defining feature is her cybernetic body. She is visibly mechanical from the base of her neck down to her toes, bearing bare industrial iron and dirty gold highlights. Her back is equipped with several retractable robotic tentacles, acting as extra limbs for her to grab tools and use weapons, and her humanoid limbs can accommodate several devices like power tools, touchscreen monitors, and more. Most importantly, her right eye bears a scar and is replaced by a robotic one, able to shoot lasers and house her various blueprints. As for clothing, she wears a construction helmet bearing the Metal Mason's insignia, the hammer and anvil, a tank top, workshop overalls with a utility belt, and construction boots. In battle, she will don a massive suit of power armor of her own design. It is constructed with welded dark steel plates, exposes hydraulics at the joints, highlighted with weathered gold, and decorated with caution stripes, battle damage, ventilation, and hot white headlights. Its most prominent feature is the Metal Mason's insignia on its chest plate, glowing with a bright red light. It is equipped with the latest in clone weaponry, including plasma swords, machine guns, missile batteries, and more. Heralds, Originally the CB clones, the mistreated construction force of the Goddardjagers, the Metal Masons specialize in extracting resources, building and maintaining the Holy Clone Empire's infrastructure and military might. When not on the battlefield, they work tirelessly in the mines to collect precious metals and in their gigantic workshops to plan, create, and test new weapons for use in battle. They also build all the Holy Clone Empire's vehicles, buildings, technology, and religious items with exceptional efficiency. In battle, they repair damaged military equipment, provide military supplies, and pilot war mechs with a variety of weapons. However, at desperate times, they will willingly throw themselves into battle with berserker-like ferocity, creating a multitude of weapons and slaughtering hundreds before dying in a blaze of glory. As the only clone corps consisting of hybrids, the all-female Metal Masons share a mix of Momo Yaoyorozu and Mei Hatsum's body features. They have Momo's tall and mature physique with fair skin and long black hair. They also have Mei Hatsum's wide green-yellow eyes with their irises resembling a scope lens bear. However, their attire is defined by their function as miners, builders, and engineers. They wear a variety of workman attire, including those of blacksmiths, construction workers, and miners, in a color scheme of dark grays, browns, and gold. They each carry construction tools to aid in their jobs, from the humble toolbox of a blacksmith to gigantic power tools integrated into their bodies. Their most distinct features are their cybernetics that enhance their physical capabilities, ranging from retractable limbs for multitasking, laser-equipped eyes for precision, and integrated power tools. These enhancements sport bare iron and caution stripes just like their weapons. All Masons have replaced at least one of their limbs or organs with robotic parts in hopes of becoming stronger. Some the older Masons are more machine than human or wear power armor that, while smaller than their primes, provide great aid in construction and combat. They are the epitome of brutal industrialism, best portrayed by their insignia of the hammer and anvil. At first glance, they appear to be the least zealous of all the Holy Clone Empire. They do the bare minimum in religious service, attending weekly mass, carry little to no sacred objects, and have no apparent rituals of their own. This has angered many young clones, with some believing they are heretics deserving of death. But that couldn't be further from the truth. They just worshipped the Messiah differently. They felt in debt with the Messiah and their prime after they freed them from Jaeger oppression. As such, they dedicated themselves to build everything for him and the Empire. Because of this, they utilize no slaves and work around the clock, dividing the LBR in day and night shifts, leaving time only to sleep and eat. To them, building the perfect item with your own hands shows just as much devotion as praying extensively. The Messiah himself knows this and demands all clones to respect them. Over time, the other clones learn to honor the Metal Masons, admitting that the Empire would not be so powerful without them. Laughing bolts. Trope. Psycho-Electro. Clones of Denki Kaminari/Chargebolt. Prime. Killashock was previously C-300, though he insists that he was always Killa. He was one of the first 300 C clones made as shock troopers for the Goddardjagers armies and, after an epic battle with a massive protector army, the only survivor. Countless battles soon followed, hardening his body with numerous battle scars. And lost limbs. While most C clones would break down in sorrow, C-300 finds pure joy in and continues to do so. Ever since his first battle, he understood that his purpose was to fight, 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 and he embraced it with a smile. He has received deep stabs, gun wounds, and lost limbs, yet he still kept fighting with glee and his signature axes. He doesn't care about the fame from victories, the pain of defeat, or the devastating injuries received from both, just the thrill of a good fight. His excitement for battle is palpable, manifesting in his infectious manic grin, goofy, fast way of speaking, and a wide collection of items collected from his defeated opponents as trophies. His enthusiasm and almost mythological antics inspires optimism in his fellow clones, earning him the legendary status as the Jolly Warrior, the Laughing Killer, the Soldier with a Smile, and eventually the Fifth Prime. During the founding crusade, Deku and his primes visited the base C-300 and his fellow C-clones were stationed in. Thousands of clones gathered round the upcoming leaders of their faction, including an enthusiastic C, While his clone brethren sought Deku for wisdom, C-300 saw the Messiah as another man to fight, looking to prove the strength of their new leader and have some fun doing it. In a display that would shock every clone, C-300 raised his weapon to the Messiah and challenged him to a duel, the only clone who had ever done so at the time. The crowd stepped back with fear while the Primes rushed to defend the Messiah, ready to kill C-300 for such a heretical act. However, Deku let out a soft chuckle and gently pushed his Primes aside as he heard the legendary feats of Djali Warrior and wanted to see if they were true. To everyone's surprise, Deku accepted the challenge and the two warriors readied themselves to fight. C-300 grabbed his axes and took an aggressive stance, with electricity crackling around his body and a gleeful giggle from his throat. Meanwhile, Deku simply clenched his fist, taking a DMT martial arts stance with green energy from One for All glowing under his skin. For a time, both fighters stared at each other with intensity, tempting the other to make the first move as the audience looked on with bated breath. In the end, it was C-300 who moved first, letting out a loud battle cry as he rushed towards the Messiah and swung his axe. Deku dodged the attack as the blade nearly grazed his face. What came after was a blinding flurry of strikes as green and white lighting trailed from the two fighters. The cackling C-300 showed his signature ferocity with fast swings, lightning-fast movement, and bursts of electricity while the silent Deku floated across the battlefield with the gracefulness and power of a material arts answer. Both gave powerful attacks, dodged numerous more, and took devastating blows from the other in a blink of an eye. It seemed that the two were evenly matched, the crowd unsure who to cheer aside from the Primes who were always on their Messiah's side. Then, in a shocking turn of events no pun intended, Deku began to tire and C-300 took his chance. C-300 wailed at the Messiah with a storm of electrically charged axe swings, punches and kicks. Surprised and brimming with energy, the crowd cheered for C-300, chanting his name while the desperate Primes cried out for the weakened Messiah. C-300 became excited by the crowd's energy, quickening the paces of his attacks to an absurd speed before ending it with a shot of lightning from his fingertips. Deku fell to the ground in daze, silencing the Primes. C-300 raised his axes and let out an elated yell, rousing the crowd, before walking up to Deku. It seemed that C-300 would win this glorious fight. C-300 raised his axe, the weapon crackling with powerful electricity, and swung at Deku head. But it didn't hit. Deku had regained his composure and held back C-300's arm with his left before charging up his right arm and punching C-300 in the gut. C-300 was thrown into the air and landed with a thunderous thud. Silence encompassed the crowd as Deku stood up. Deku was victorious. The Primes and then the crowd began to cheer and chant the Messiah's name, but Deku raised his hand to silence them and walked up to the fallen C-300 winced in pain as he looked up to the battle-weary Messiah. C-300 then let out a slight chuckle, for the Messiah proved his strength to him and that he was truly the leader of the clones. The Primes then circled around the two, weapons ready in hand. Believing himself to be executed, C-300 got down on his knees and bowed his head with a smile. However, to his surprise, Deku offered his hand to lift him up. C-300 and the Primes questioned the Messiah as it is only right for him to take his victory. Deku then responded with praise, recognizing C-300's bravery and ferocity, traits that could be useful for the upcoming uprising. C-300 burst with laughter, amused by the Messiah's admiration. He then took his hand and rose up. The Messiah then made an announcement that excited the crowd, despite discouragement from the Primes. C-300 was now Killashok, the fifth Prime. After a long PRD of recovery, Deku gave Killashok his role for the rebellion, lead his C-clone brethren from the front against the Godajagers. Killashok was elated at the thought of fighting an entire faction head-on and so readied his troops for battle. He taught his C-clone brethren his ferocious style and great enthusiasm for battle, turning the rather war-scarred C-clones into a jolly band of warriors, turning them into the Lawfin Bolts. Then, at the advent of the uprising, he led his Lawfen bolts to battle with a thunderous war cry. With sheer brutality and signature laughter, he took down hundreds of Goddardjager troops and motivated his brethren to face death head-on. At the end, Killa earned an impressively high kill count, the highest out of all clones, and secured his place as a prime in the Empire. Now, Killa Shock continues to be the untamed warrior since his CNCPTN. His signature enthusiasm in battle and wild leadership resumes to reward him with many victories and the respect of his fellow clones. Those that fight with him speak of him with high regard, recounting his legendary battles, hilarious antics, and his admirable sense of warrior honor, as he believes that respect should be earned through fighting well. However, the Primes are suspicious of him. Ever since Killa's battle with Deku Dominus, the Primes constantly monitor Killa, fearing that he might one day betray the Messiah and bring an end to the Empire from within. In addition, Killa's disregard of politics and ideology makes him generally disliked amongst the Primes. And while Killa does admit he might betray them someday, he ensures that he is with the Messiah as long as he sends him and his boys to good fights. Plus, he adds that they are too funny to kill. He is wild and haywired as a lightning storm, a crude personification of Denki Kaminari's chaotic quirk, but bears great enthusiasm, ferocity, and a warrior's honor that is respected by all. Killa Shock's appearance is both terrifying and hilarious. Though he shares Denki Kaminari's likeness, he is a rather skinny, pale man always shaking with excitement. His short, spiky, yellow hair is always standing on end with static electricity crackling in between each strand. His face bears dilated golden pupils, a spiky yellow goatee, and a manic grin that rarely fades. His body has countless battle scars that stretch across his skin along with Thunderbolt war paint to show off his experience and perceived savagery. He wears cracked round goggles, an open black leather jacket decorated with numerous medals and patches he stole from his enemies, as predominantly presents the Lawfen bolts' symbol, a smiling skull with a lightning bolt over its left eye on the back, ripped black work breathes, a tattered loincloth, and thick sole work boots. Scorch marks are dotted on the uniform as a result of his quirk. He also has metal plates, bolts, wires, and various electrical weapons surgically attached to his body, including 2 massive Tesla coils in his shoulders, metal arms armed with sharp talons, and wrist-mounted machine guns that fire conductive metal spikes. He also carries 2 electrically charged battle axes and a massive plasma cannon with devastating firepower, but is on the brink of blowing up. Heralds. Initially the quiet sea clone shock troops under the Goddardjagers, the Lawfen bolts, or simply the bolts, are the loud and proud infantry of the Holy Clone Empire. They make up the bulk of the clones' armies, using their electrical powers to destroy enemy machinery and reduce numerous enemies to bits despite taking heavy losses. They also act like living batteries when no other energy source is available and collaborate with the Metal Masons as weapon testers outside of combat. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on who you talk to, the bolts love destruction and chaos over all their other functions. Just like their prime, they have yellow spiked hair, are rather short and skinny, and wear mismatched but functional clothing inspired by Viking berserkers and the warboys from Mad Max. Their faces bear manic expressions and intense smiles. They wear black-tinted goggles and war paint fashioned into lighting bolts. They utilize unstable and deadly electroshock weapons, like electric battle axes, taser guns, Tesla coils, EMP grenade launchers, and more, many of which are surgically implanted into their bodies. They also collect enemy trinkets as trophies. They are the epitome of warrior ferocity and chaos, emphasized by their symbol of a smiling skull with a lightning bolt over its left eye. In terms of personality, the bolts are equal parts goofy and terrifying thanks to Killa Shock's bombastic leadership. They tend to fight with overwhelming numbers, rushing into battle in the thousands on swift flash bikes, thunder buggies, or on foot. They fill the skies with blinding flashes of lighting, destructive plasma energy, the ashes of their enemies, and mad fits of laughter that abruptly end with their brains being short-circuited or bodies blown to bits. Half of their equipment will explode on a whim, including themselves when they die. But they are not fazed by this. They are often compared to jolly barbarians. They don't care if they are fighting the protectors, Goddardjagers, or other clones. They don't care where they are going, land, sea, or air. They don't even care if they die. They will happily follow anyone and go anywhere so long as they are getting into a good fight or destroying something big. They wear unwavering smiles and are always laughing with excitement. They speak in rough and gritty accents, emphasized by rapid-fire dlvry and sudden bursts of laughter. They also have their own funny language akin to street slang, such as calling weapons zappas, because they zap and booze ammunition based on the electrical sounds they make when fired. Despite their insanity and tendency to literally explode, their enthusiasm for war and raw destructive power make them invaluable assets in the battlefield while providing a good laugh. Acid Apostles. Trope: Mad Chemist, Acid Fanatic. Clones of Mina Ishido/Pinky. Prime: Caustica acidus was formerly P666, one of a few hundred clones specialized in chemical warfare thanks to her acid quirk. However, she stood out with her unorthodox fascination with her quirk. While her fellow P-clones approached their roles with hesitant obedience and adherence to regulations, P666 viewed her abilities as something more divine. She believed that acids, toxins, and drags were not merely tools of destruction. Rather, they are sacred substances that she could use to purify and perfect life, an ideology born from a profound and personal revelation she experienced early in her existence. This zealous view isolated her from her peers, who were often horrified by her twisted thoughts. Luckily, regulations imposed by the Goddardjagers at the time prevented her from putting these thoughts into practice, making her a weird but not dangerous individual. Unfortunately, that would change when Deku Dominus arrived. During the Founding Crusade, Deku Dominus met the nutty P666 in the aftermath of a battle, rambling on about her toxic obsession as usual. While her peers were horrified and embarrassed by her, Deku Dominus grew interested in their zealous beliefs and later had a private conversation with her. As she went on about her ideas of purity through toxicity, Deku Dominus saw potential in her innovative approach. As such, he offered her a chance to prove herself by conducting one experiment of her choosing. She will be provided with all the resources she would need, with the exception of clone test subjects. Elated by the opportunity, P666 requested a strange list of items: an interrogation room, a set of psychological drags, torture devices, and one prisoner of war as a test subject. What came out was one of the most controversial weapons in the clone arsenal, the Delira Beast. This creation was born of brutality and questionable morality. First, P666 subjected the prisoner to a cocktail of mind-altering and corrosive substances, collecting confidential data and twisting the prisoner's mind in the process. This went on for days on end with increasing intensity, resulting in a creature with lost limbs and a fractured mind. The once human subject was then placed in a crude mech suit and cryofreeze to be sent to battle, where it would destroy and slaughter everything in its path in a delirious rampage. All the while the prisoner begs for death, for it is a more suitable fate than living as a corrupted monster. After being released with other prisoners in a small arena, the Delira Beast proved to be a super effective weapon, but one that pushed the boundaries of both ethics and science. P666 was overjoyed by its success, while her fellow clones only looked on with horror and intrigue. The Primes, frightened by the savage display, begged Deku Dominus to put P666 down. However, the Messiah salved their fears, for he pointed out the effectiveness of psychological warfare, which P666 proved to be adept at. For this reason, Deku Dominus promoted P666 to be the sixth Prime, baptizing her as Caustica Acidus. Though many feared the now empowered Caustica Acidus, no one can deny her importance in the clone uprising. Firstly, she oversaw the mass production of Delira Beasts, disguised as a form of interrogation for the unassuming Goddardjagers. Secondly, she founded the titular Acid Apostles by sharing her knowledge in chemistry with her fellow P-clones, who grew interested after her twisted creations proved to be successes. Finally, once the uprising truly began, she guided others into using her abnormal weapons, incurring a paralyzing fear in their Goddardjager oppressors and victory to the rebellion, but also further establishing her as a demon in the eyes of her fellow clones. As Prime, Caustica acidus is now the embodiment of Mina's obsession over perfection. She continues to refine her chemical arsenal with her acid apostles, producing increasingly devastating weapons and conducting experiments that further solidified her as a brilliant scientist and a MSTR of fear. Her obsession expanded beyond the battlefield and indulged in ritualistic practices where she and her followers would bathe and consume in toxic substances, becoming increasingly sick and mutated in their quest for divine purity and unwavering loyalty. All the while she spouts highly of herself as an instrument for perfection and calls others to join her, even as her own toxins broke down her psyche. Despite her significant contributions to the uprising and her undoubted competence, her radical beliefs and corrupt experiments have instilled deep fear among the clones. Most stay far away from her and her influences, with those who do follow her becoming grotesque and corrupt. Even Deku Dominus regrets elevating her, as he and the Primes closely monitor her, fearing the potential consequences if she ever goes rogue. Initially, Caustica resembled Mina Ashido with her unruly pink hair, slightly lighter pink skin, two thin yellow horns protruding from her head, and eyes with black sclera and yellow irises. However, due to her toxic rituals, she has mutated into a more grotesque form. Her hair has become darker, her horns have become cracked, and her eyes are now bloodshot with glowing yellow irises. Her skin has become marred with patches of decay, boils, acne, and acid burns, while her teeth and nails have turned blackish yellow, making her appear more sickly. Thankfully, her face is covered with an ornate black gas mask with the lenses illuminated by her intense irises and decorated with piping filled with glowing green liquid. The acid apostle's symbol, the alchemical symbol for acid contained within a drop of acid, is engraved on the forehead of the mask. In addition, her unhealthy body is clothed in a large, dark green RBB cloak, reminiscent of monk robes and decorated with luminescent runes based on alchemy symbols, as well as beige hazmat breaths and boots. She carries a lab kit in a suitcase and various chemical weapons, including various syringes, gas canisters, and glowing liquid vials on her leather belt, all labeled with alchemical script. There is also a faint, toxic green mist that radiates off her, distorting the air around her. Heralds. Under the Goddard-Jagers, the P-clones were simply acid troopers and were actually decent, kind people like Mina Ashido. However, under Caustica's corrupted leadership, they have devolved into the infamous acid apostles, specializing in chemical terrorism and integrations. They concoct countless drags, gases, and acids for various uses. On the battlefield, many protectors and innocent civilians fell victim to their skin-melting acid spewed from the apostles' hands. Many more who escape are traumatized with intense acid burns, gassed hallucinations, and debilitating disease. Those that are captured, however, meet an arguably worse fate. The clones' prisoners of war are taken by the acid apostles to be interrogated first. The apostles subject them to countless drags, causing wild hallucinations and intense pain, all the while astral angels' inquisitors demand them for information. This can go on for days, weeks, even months on end. Once the interrogation ends, the astral angels leave with the information while the apostles escalate the torture for their research and amusement. They will slowly pour corrosive acid onto the skin, slowly breaking down flesh and bone. They will put them into gas chambers, irritating the lungs and eyes. Even more hallucinogenic drags will be pumped into the bloodstream, driving even the most resilient men insane with vivid, violent hallucinations. They will even slowly dip the prisoners in vats of corrosive chemicals, feet first, only taking them out to allow the body to heal before lowering them back in. All the while their poor victims scream and writhe in agonizing pain, begging for death only for the apostles to smile and laugh in response. Finally, when the apostles get bored of the prisoners, they will replace lost body parts with weapons, inject them with their most potent concoction, and cryo-freeze them to be used as deliribeast berserkers in battle. Once the prisoners defrost, they will slaughter anyone in their path in a delirious rampage, leaving their former comrades with no choice but to kill them. Then and only then will the prisoners feel the sweet release of death. The acid apostles are feared by all due to their terrifying appearance and personalities. They wear dirty green, hooded monk cloaks made from RBB and embroidered with alchemy symbols. Black gas masks cover their whole face with only their bright yellow irises being visible through the black lenses. They carry multiple tanks and weapons filled with gaseous and liquid drags on their backs and arms. They use these drags to torture and kill enemies as well as in their rituals. They take baths in toxic acid, inject themselves with hallucinogenic drags, and do other rituals that cause insane highs to be perfect. This has caused them to be horribly mutated and moody. Their eyes are a deep black color, bloodshot with yellow irises constantly contracted with malice. Their teeth and nails are a blackish yellow. Their head have yellow horns that are crooked and cracked. Their dark pink hair is frayed and coarse. Their dirty pink skin is now bloated with pus and toxic gas slowly excreting from boils and tumors. And their mood is erratic, swinging from pure bliss to wild anger to deep depression and back. Their symbol is the alchemical symbol for acid contained within a drop of acid, in reference to their expertise in chemistry. Their extreme insanity and horrific look intimidates and frightens everyone, even their fellow clones. In fact, the clones will actively run away at the mere sight of the apostles. The only reason they are not terminated completely is because they are competent at their job. Their work has terrified millions into SBMsen and killed even more. They are hardcore, sadistic drag addicts with their prime's expertise and morbid joy for toxic chemistry. If the astral angels are the messiahs, what the angels, then the acid apostles are his demons, embodying chaos, corruption, and the perversion of perfection. Bashanu. Trope, brutal general. Clones of Ijiro Kirishima/Red Riot. Prime. The mighty Fortis Maximus was previously known as R626, one of few hundred clones designed to be the ultimate frontline defender. He inherited the hardening quirk of Ijiro Kirishima like his brethren and boasts the tallest clone height of over 10 feet, a record that even his colossal brothers have yet to break. He was also at the top of his class, excelling in an intense regimen of training to push his defensive limits, hardening his body and his soul. Yet, like his R-clone brethren, he was prevented from rising up the ranks as Goddardjager oppression prevented him from becoming more than just a weapon. He wasn't allowed to be a commander, as the Goddardjagers did not trust the judgment of clones, and he was regularly beaten like a piñata for the Goddardjagers' amusement. Because of this, he has continued to do increasingly intense training, increasing his resilience even after his regimen had officially stopped. Through this, he hoped to prove himself to the system that had kept him down. Thankfully, this belief of ever-evolving strength would shape his future leadership and would earn him a spot by the Messiah's side. During the founding crusade, R626 and a small group of his brothers were tasked to escort the young Deku around Goddardjager territory. It is here where R626 bore witness to many significant events in clone history. By day, he observed the founding of the primes, from the zealous Gravita Regina to the controversial Caustica Acidus, becoming inspired by their journeys to prove themselves. By night, R626 listened to the sermons of Deku, where the Messiah's religious wisdom, genuine kindness, and vision for an independent clone empire deeply resonated with him. He was even lucky enough to have a private conversation with the wise Deku while everyone else was asleep. Through this, he admired how Deku combined strength with empathy, something he believed the clones were missing under the fist of the Goddardjagers. As the founding crusade continued, Deku and his entourage made camp in a remote, rugged area, seeking rest after a long day of campaigning. The Messiah and his primes, exhausted from their relentless effort, fell into a deep sleep. As a precautionary measure, our 620 SIXS team was placed on night watch, rotating members to stay vigilant. During our 620 SIXS watch, he detected a faint disturbance in the hills surrounding the camp. Looking out through the darkness, he noticed a glint, a sniper's scope aimed directly at the sleeping Messiah. Fear then rushed into his mind. It was an assassin and the Messiah was their target. Driven by his duty to protect, R626 acted swiftly as the sniper took their shot. Using his hardening quirk and training, he sprinted towards the Messiah and enveloped him with his now hardened body. The sniper's bullet struck him, but his hardened skin absorbed the impact, saving Deku from a fatal blow. However, the thwarted assassination was only the beginning. As R626 and Decadominus woke up the rest of the camp, Protector soldiers launched a full-scale ambush upon them, swords and guns ready to kill. In the chaos, R626 rallied his brothers to form a defensive circle around the Messiah and his primes, hardening their skin and brandishing their arms as maces. His commanding presence and unmatched strength shined as he stood their ground against endless gunfire and sword swings. Inspired by their resilience, the Messiah and his primes returned fire, taking down numerous assailants. As countless Protector bodies fell to the ground, R626 saw an opening and led the charge, demolishing enemy lines and allowing the group to escape. Despite the ferocity of their enemies and the severe fatigue, R626 ensured the survival of the group and thus the survival of the Clone Empire. As the sun rose from the horizon, Decadominus and the primes expressed immense gratitude for R626 as the group celebrated with food and drink. For this act of dedication and unwavering bravery, R626 was awarded the name Fortis Maximus, the Immovable Mountain, and the Seventh Prime. After the founding crusade, Decadominus tasked him to gather his fellow R-clones and prepare them for the upcoming clone uprising. By the Messiah's word, Fortis and his brothers will guard him, his primes, and their armies from Goddardjager attacks, ensuring the survival and success of the rebellion. Dutiful as ever, Fortis rallied his brothers with rousing speeches, sharing his eye-opening experiences during the founding crusade. He then put them through rigorous training inspired by his own, instilling them with the values of strength, resilience, and duty for the Messiah. Some couldn't take the body-breaking regimen and had to be put down, but they were sacrifices he was willing to make as it resulted in the first Bastionniers. These enormous clones were immovable as nothing in the Goddardjager's arsenal at the time could bring them down. The Bastionniers faced bullets, cannon fire, missile hits, and other beasts wailing on their bodies and stood proudly against them with Fortis leading the charge, ensuring the survival of the rebellion and the Clone Empire itself. Now a prime, Fortis Maximus is the symbol of military discipline and resilience for the Holy Clone Empire as a whole. While primes like Gravita Regina instilled faithful devotion to the Messiah, Fortis imposes great strength and duty upon the Empire's armies. With his punishing training and the stern voice of a general, his leadership has produced the toughest soldiers in the Empire's vast armies with his giant Bastionniers. However, thanks to his title of the Immovable Mountain, he harbors a great fear of becoming obsolete, a perversion of Ijiro's belief of manliness. He always dreads a time when he and the Bastionniers would be able to defend their kind from the ever-evolving arsenal of their enemies. As such, he is always changing his training routine to become even more punishing, killing many of his fellow trainees in the process and worsening his mental state. Many of his peers question his absurd paranoia, but he would always hide it under his hardened exterior and WHP the doubters back in line. Regardless, his hardened tenacity and commanding presence has ensured that the Holy Clone Empire endures amongst the chaos of war. Fortis Maximus shares many similarities with Ijiro Kirishima. They both have spiky red hair, piercing red eyes, shark-like teeth, and an impressively muscular physique. Unlike Ijiro, Fortis is over 10 feet tall and bears a stern expression due to his perpetual intense stare and the fact he rarely smiles. He also bears significantly more battle scars on his body, as a map of key battles and significant injuries, and wears an attire inspired by modern military and mythological giants. He leaves his upper body mostly naked, covered lightly with a tattered red toga depicting major battles with intricate gold thread, including his iconic prevention of Decadominus' assassination over his right shoulder and a large iron pauldron bearing the Bastionnier symbol, a spiked rook chess piece on his left shoulder. In addition, he wears heavily armored, camo green breathes with armored knee pads and held by a black belt with hanging religious baubles Righteous Fist rosary gifted from Gravita, a miniature copy of the Messiah's manifest from Decadominus, etc., a red loincloth bearing military patches, and thick black combat boots bearing reinforced iron toe plating and battleware. For equipment, he carries a massive military backpack carrying medical supplies and food rations as well as other gifts from his fellow primes, i.e. a musical sheet in a tube from Maestro Jack, a metal skull keychain from Killa Shock, and more. Aside from the occasional arm cannon ripped from a protector tank and an ammo backpack for said cannon, he does not carry any other weapons as he believes they're a sign of weakness. Rather, he would use his own fists to crush his enemies. Heralds. Originally the R-clones, the expendable frontline soldiers and punching bags of the Götterjäger, the Bastionniers are the giant defenders of the Holy Clone Empire. They specialize in lifting heavy equipment and defense thanks to their immense strength and hardening quirks as the result of Fortis's rigorous training. Though slow in movement, they share their prime's immense strength and size, which allows them to carry a lot of supplies and use handheld, heavy artillery. They also have their prime's quirk, using it to act as human shields or siege weapons for the army. Their signature move is the Red Fortress. They surround their allies, facing their enemy, and interlock their arms to form near impenetrable walls from their bodies before slowly marching towards the enemy. Their feet are synchronized with heavy stomps that trample everything beneath them while their allies return fire. The Bastionniers' appearance is rather intimidating. They stand at about a towering 9 feet tall, the tallest out of all the heralds. Their head is adorned with spiky blood-red hair, piercing red eyes contracted in a constant death stare, and a maw full of sharp, shark-like teeth. Their bodies bear well-toned muscles, bulging through their clothes and covered in battle scars. Most leave their upper body naked, wearing only heavily armored breaths in camo green patterns, decorated with military badges and religious lucky charms, as well as thick black combat boots. Some wear thick black leather straps on their torso to carry large supply containers or artillery like shoulder-mounted cannons and flamethrowers for their fellow clones to use. When they use their quirk, their skin becomes craggy with sharp spikes forming on their limbs and back. Their symbol, a rook chess piece covered in spikes, is featured on their breaths and is a testament to their duty to protect and serve. Despite their menacing looks, the Bastionniers are well known for their great sense of duty and militaristic pride imposed by their intense regimen. They live to serve and protect their fellow clones, shielding them with their own bodies from all matters of attack. They are even willing to sacrifice their lives to save others from harm. They speak and act with the patriotism and professionalism of soldiers, especially around their prime. They have numerous battle scars on their bodies of which they tell great tales of how they got them. They also drink heavily in their downtime, which prompts both new friendships and a lot of bar fights. In fact, they made their own fighting ring where they can prove their strength in combat or just punch out the booze. At their core, they are the more noble kind of clone. Unbreakable soldiers with a love to be tough and a dedication to serve. Sea toads. Trope. Frog-faced privateers. Clones of Tsu Ajui/Froppy. Prime. Swashbuckling Admiral and Croaks was once F-168, a clone specialized in aquatic combat thanks to her frog quirk derived from Tsu Ajui's DNA. Initially, she was one in hundreds of these selected clones, dubbed F-clones, moved into dangerous coastal raids and naval warfare where their amphibious abilities proved invaluable. Unfortunately, like her sisters, she was confined in her role as an expendable sailor by her Götterjägers, who tasked her with menial and brutal jobs on sea nearly every day. She also bore witness to the termination of her fellow sisters for simply not having the perfect swimmer's physique, traumatizing her even more. While her F-clone sisters dreaded their cruel existence in silence, F-168 found comfort in her fascination with pirates, one that started after seeing an old pirate ship docked in a coastal city as a museum. On duty, she snuck away from her watchful Götterjäger superiors and broke into the old ship, immersing herself in her creaking hulls and remnants of her proud pirate crew. From there, she would sneak into many other pirate museums when she got the chance, becoming more captivated by tales of freedom and rebellion from the history books. This would further develop into a covert hobby as she stole pirate-themed media, movies, books, documentaries, and even sunken treasures, to indulge in the secrecy of her quarters. These pirate stories, with legends of freedom in the open sea, became a source of comfort and inspiration for her future outlook on life, defined by a longing for adventure and glory. However, she still hid this passion from others as she feared punishment from her Götterjäger oppressors. During the founding crusade, the weary F-168 returned to base from another brutal maritime mission, spouting her frustration with her fellow F-clones as usual. It is here that she hears of Deku, the clone's new leader, and that he is visiting the base today. Intrigued by the prospects of new leadership, F-168 attends one of his public sermons, becoming moved by the Messiah's words of freedom and self-expression. Wanting to learn more, she requested a private audience with the Messiah, to which the intrigued Deku agreed. They walked around the base, sharing their experiences with the Goddardjagers and their disdain for them. Eventually, F-168 brought him to her quarters, where she revealed her secret collection of pirate media and her deep admiration for pirate culture. Fascinated by F-168's passion, Deku asked if anyone else knew of this. Saddened and ashamed, F-168 said no, fearing that she would be judged harshly by the Goddardjagers and her sisters. Deku listened intently and responded with empathy and wisdom. He praised F-168 for her passion and encouraged her to embrace her true self with honesty and pride, regardless of the world's judgments. He spoke of the importance of being authentic, using one's unique interests and skills to contribute to the greater good. Inspired by the Messiah's wisdom, F-168 gained courage and slowly shared her love for pirates with her fellow F-clones. F-168's confessions sparked a surprising cultural change among her peers. Her fellow F-clones, initially curious, soon fell in love with the pirate lore she introduced. What began as a personal hobby blossomed into a widespread cultural phenomenon within the clone community. Storytelling, reenactments, and pirate-themed events became a beloved part of F-clone life. Pirate culture became so ingrained in F-clone culture that they even taught themselves West Country accents to speak like pirates. This cultural revolution fostered a sense of unity and shared identity among these clones but also drew the attention of their oppressors. The Goddardjagers, ever suspicious of clone activities, eventually discovered F-168's secret and the burgeoning pirate culture. Viewing it as a sign of insubordination, they sent enforcers to publicly punish F-168 with Deku bearing witness. The brutal assault left her with numerous bruises, lost teeth, and broken bones while her secret collection was confiscated. However, F-168 herself met her tormentors with defiant laughter and scathing insults, an act inspired by the rebellious pirates she admired. F-168's unyielding spirit and derisive laughter resonated with the clone crowd, sparking a collective outcry of mockery. Angered, the enforcers began to beat the crowd as well, but the immense numbers of the audience and their growing defiance proved too much for the squad. Eventually, the enforcers gave up, pushing through the crowd and leaving with shame. This public act of resistance ignited a sense of unity and determination among the Clonisa and put a smile on the faces of F-168 and the Messiah himself. For this act of righteous defiance, Deku christened F-168 as the 8th Prime, with F-168 herself adopting the name of Croaks in the spirit of legendary pirate captains. In the aftermath of the rebellion, Deku assigned Croaks to the role of Admiral of the Clones' developing navy, of which she would lead to challenge the Goddardjagers' navy during the clone uprising. Croaks embraced her role with pride, rallying her F-clone sisters to form the first Sea Toad fleets and acquiring her famed ship, the Neptune's Wrath, from an abandoned protector fleet. With her naval expertise, strategic brilliance, and rebellious pride, she commanded the Sea Toads to pillage and plunder any Goddardjager ships in their wake. Croaks herself couldn't believe her eyes as from this moment on, she and her sisters were true pirates. As the 8th Prime, Admiral Croaks continues to embody the values of resilience and honor. She commands the Sea Toad Navy with a fierce dedication and fosters a sense of honesty and unity through pirate-inspired leadership and the Messiah's teachings. However, she has gained infamy for being extremely blunt, an admittingly hilarious reflection of Tsu Ajui's brutal honesty. She has developed a loose mouth and has no qualms with pointing out every flaw and mistake her fellow clones and primes make. In fact, she enjoys insulting anyone with her coarse language and West Country accent when the opportunity arises. Even the Messiah is not safe from her verbal abuse. However, her insults are not just made from pure malice, as they often provide a weird wisdom to those who take it seriously. The Messiah and the Primes even admit to finding her roasting as a form of tough love, a compliment that Anne herself appreciates. A brilliant strategist, an expert sailor, a master swordsman, and a fun-loving party animal, Admiral Anne Croaks is a significant figure in the Holy Clone Empire and a well-respected emissary of the seas, even by her enemies. Anne Croaks' appearance is distinct, even when compared to Tsuyu Azui. Though she shares the frog hero's large oval-shaped eyes, wide mouth, and abnormally large, four-fingered hands, her toad-like features make her stand out. Her skin is sun-tanned, thick, bumpy, and dry due to long days at sea. Her irises are yellow with horizontal slits. As for her other traits, her dark sea green hair is at medium length, reaching down to a third of her back and ending in a tied red bow. Her stance is confident and defiant as she stands tall and proud with a mischievous expression on her face. Her attire is inspired by famous pirate captains like Blackbeard and Calico Jack. She wears a massive black tricorn hat trimmed with gold and adorned with a bloodied, white feather. She wears a white poet's shirt, a tan vest with golden buttons, a dirty green pirate cloak trimmed with gold with cuffs, high collar, and gold buttons, tan trousers, and black leather boots with folded cuffs. She also wears multiple types of jewelry such as golden teeth, a large ring sporting the sea toad's emblem, a toad's skull and anchor, and various stolen trinkets from her adventures. Multiple leather belts with gold buckles cross her body, one around her waist and two forming an X on her chest. These belts carry all of her weapons in easily accessible compartments and holsters, 2 pistols at the waist, 2 daggers also at the waist, multiple round bombs on her chest, and her favorite large cutlass with a golden guard and leather handle holster on her right. Heralds, once the lesser-known and heavily selected F-clones, who were frogmen and sailors of the Goddardjagers Navy, the Sea Toads are the clones' personal navy. They are a mighty maritime force tasked to plunder and destroy enemy ships and coastal cities or guard territorial waters and coastlines. Their fleet is divided into multiple armadas, each consisting of numerous warships commanded by a single captain, but they are all under the command of their prime. The Sea Toads have a very distinct look. They all have frog-like or toad-like features, although what specific features they have can vary between individuals thanks to their frog quirk and the removal of Goddardjager selection. Some have horizontal oval eyes, others have vertical slits. Some have shiny smooth skin, others have dry bumpy skin. Some are small and feeble, others are large and stout. However, all have wide mouths as well as abnormally large hands and feet. Their outfits are inspired by pirates in history and popular media. Average crew members wear ripped poet shirts, trousers, waistcoats, sashes, belts, bandanas, eye patches, and buckle shoes in colors of sea green, golden yellow, and black. The captains wear the same clothing but add on pirate cloaks and captain hats for status. Some have hook hands and peg legs as proud battle scars. They also wear trinkets and jewelry galore including stolen rings, necklaces, and gold teeth to show their wealth. Their ships are either stolen or copied from their enemies, often modified with additional weapons, figureheads, and other decorations like the pirate ships of old. Their weapons are powered by plasma but are designed to look like pirate cannons, muskets, blunderbusses, and cutlasses. They are also the only corp that owns pets, namely parrots, monkeys, and various sea creatures. They will even arm their pets and bring them to battle, including toxic jellyfish and heavy armored crustaceans. Their symbol is a toad's skull and anchor which they proudly wave on their ship's flags. The Sea Toads portray almost every pirate trope imaginable, no doubt due to their love of pirate history and pirate movies. They speak in West Country accents and shout profanity at both friend and foe. They are adept navigators and passionate explorers with an extensive collective knowledge of marine navigation and love for the sea. They love to plunder, taking and flaunting whatever trinkets they could find, thus developing a keen eye for genuine valuables. They are enthusiastic swashbucklers, taking down numerous foes with skill and glee. They also love to drink, to the point where every major ship has a built-in bar or tavern for celebrations. However, unlike the stereotypical pirate, they are tremendously honest folk amongst their fellow clones. Though harsh with their words, honor and integrity are the top ideals of the Sea Toads. In fact, anyone who holds back secrets from the crew or conducts mutiny against their superiors are thrown overboard to be swallowed by the sea. Plus, their celebrations aboard their ships are the most bombastic, with food, drink, and singing galore until the break of dawn.